come from the land of the ice and snow, where the cool winds pop and the cold winds blow. The hammer of the gods, the driving ships to new lands. Valhalla, I am calling. All right. Welcome to the Wednesday night show. Here we are. We've made it to another Hump Day Hangout. And so here we go. We're going to pop it out. Here we go.
Just a quick rant about the day and the current situation. This is history already, but it's still important. Florida swarm monkeys, antisocial procrastinators meeting. The only way to live in this world is to try and find a way. I just hallucinate his moving shapes and jubilate my future. Have to bend my time and space.
Thank y'all for tuning in. Thank you for being here. As I said, this show is nothing without y'all.
Normal voltage.
I gotta put the AC
Waiting connection. Bluetooth connection success.
Man, welcome in. Welcome to the Wednesday night show. We are here for another hump day. Halfway through the week. The first half was shit, so hopefully the second half will be a little better. And we're gonna keep it moving, man. We're gonna keep it moving, man. I don't know what we're doing exactly for now, but I know for right now, I'm going to groove a little bit more. Here we go.
Cabins like expansion. I don't go crazy, the whispering crazy. Let it real place, and I feel groovy. You and the crowd, no, I feel it all more.
minutes, man. All right, all right. Anyway, thank y'all for tuning in. We're gonna have a pretty good night tonight. We're hanging out. Like I said, we made about halfway through another week, so second half can't be too rough. We ain't got so much left to give them, you know what I mean? Anyway, hope everybody's doing good. Yeah, we're here, man. We're up to 3 now. We got 3. Yeah, man, we're gonna get through. Wednesday night, we're here. We're hanging, man. 7 minutes. Usually, man, it would take 20 minutes for anybody to even show up. So we're doing good. We got 3 viewers hanging with me. We got a four guy that keeps coming and keeps going. You know, keeps coming and he's going. He's coming and he's going. Whatever. That's what they do, man. Still got some good retention for now. We're hanging. Who doesn't need a good hump day hangout? You know what I mean? There's something in the middle of the week to help get you, kick you around, and get the rest of the week over with. That's what we're here for, you know what I mean? That's what this day's about. I'm glad y'all are a part of it. We're gonna get this channel off the ground here before too long, but gotta wait. Like I said, it's like I'm not even technically employed by YouTube yet, so they've got other employees that they gotta put, like, you know, up there on the front line. Until that happens, you know, I'll slowly build an audience. And I build an audience without their help, basically. I mean, other than having the platform for me to participate on, you know what I mean? But anyway, 24-hour stream again? I don't know about that. I don't really have anything planned, man. So, I mean, I could at least stream, but, you know, there's not too much going on. You know what I mean? Just like any other day. We're here to hang out, you know. Just catch the peace and spread the peace, you know, keep the love. You know, keep the peace and spread the love, you know what I mean? You know how they say it. That's the best way to do it, you know what I mean? Yeah, I know I gotta charge up. Gotta get my brick all charged up tonight. But other than that, man, she's good. It's all charged up. Gotta make sure the fan's running. I can't sleep without that fan on. Like, you know, like the little bit of comfort I have is this little tiny USB fan. I try to keep that running. Reba Tesla, how you doing? Glad you made it. Yeah. It's hump day, you know what I mean? That's what it's about. What we got here? I appreciate it. Yeah, double tap the screen real quick too. Once you hear me saying this, like it makes it easier to like it. All you gotta do is double tap the screen real quick. But yeah. But yeah, pretty much if you're a true fan, just pop, you know, anytime you see me on, just drop a like on it. Even, you know, because it's going to help pass it to new people, you know what I mean? And then it'll get to the point you won't have to like it because there'll be enough likes on it. You'll be like, all right, that's fine. It's got like 67 likes already, you know. You know what I mean? But anyway, just liking the video, it helps kind of create an audience. Helps it somehow or another. But yeah, like I said, like YouTube's got a bunch of employees already that they have to work with. You know what I mean? So that's why part of it is I'm not employed by YouTube yet either. So there's no reason to advertise me. And then I curse too much. But, you know, I watch other creators, they curse a lot too. So I don't really think, because I've never gotten a language warning. You know what I mean? Sometimes they'll give you an email, hey, you got to pull this out of your video. We can't monetize that. You know, I'm not monetized anyway, but I still get emails telling me, you know, anti-monetization stuff. But yeah, I've never gotten one about my language, which is something Jerry pointed out. He's like, I wouldn't worry about it until you get one, you know. You get an email telling you that you need to watch your language, then I would worry about it. He's like, but I think for now, you're in that category of free speech, you know. He's like, I'd rather see you being you. But yeah, you get it. Anyway, something about this song, man. Anyway, y'all like Dolly Parton at all? Anybody like Dolly Parton? Because I was playing it earlier. I put it on. I was like, hey, this sounds like Dolly Parton, doesn't it? And then I played it, and then half the audience left. And I was like, okay, you know, maybe I should have asked if people wanted to hear Dolly Parton first. You know what I mean? It's just, so, I don't know. Y'all are into Dolly Parton or whatever. What the hell is this? Anyway. Yeah, I thought the AI came back with this lady. It sounds a lot like an 80s Dolly Parton song. But anyway, figured I'd ask for her to put it on. Yeah, she's not doing too well. Part of that's just getting old too, man. I can only imagine the back problems she's got. That she's hiding from everybody, you know what I mean? But anyway, I thought it sounded a lot like Dolly Parton. I told it Celtic.
Like a heavy woolen sheet, while the crickets play a fiddle to the rhythm of the street. I'm caught beneath the cypress where Spanish moss hangs low, in a rusted out Toyota with nowhere left to go. They call me Florida Swamp Monkey, and I wear the name with pride, with my camera and my spirit and a fire deep inside. I'm living in the backseat, but I'm looking at the sun, knowing that the journey has only just begun. From the floorboards of a Corolla to the neon of the street, I am.
Anyway, I thought it sounded like Dolly Parton, like the 80s, kind of early 90s Dolly Parton. I told it, it's supposed to be a Celtic genre, and this is what it came back with for some reason. I was like, okay. May 20th.
I got my tripod on the dashboard and the signal's getting clear.
Yeah.
I'm talking to the world and I'm shedding every fear, from the Everglades at midnight to the morning in the glades. I'm documenting every step before the daylight fades. It's a long way to the top when you're standing.
I thought it sounded like Dolly Parton. It came out sounding like Dolly Parton. I don't know. It's not bad. Not the best thing ever. But anyway, just some background music to play or whatever while we talk. But yeah, that sucks to hear, man. She's a good lady. It's still 80 degrees outside. Almost 10 o'clock. Yeah, well, it's almost 9:30. It's still 80 degrees outside right now. Can't even put the windows down, nothing. But hell yeah, man. We're making it, man. 4 viewers. None of those are me. None of those 4 viewers are me, so, 4 actual people hanging. Yeah. Pretty much, this is the Hump Day Hangout, man. Pretty much, it's more or less, it's an advertisement for the Saturday show. The Saturday show, I get drunk. You know what I mean? So it's even better, basically. Just make the 2x all the good parts of this, and then there's a lot more. You know what I mean? There's less dead air on the Saturday show because I'm more or less like free flowing and talking. Whatever thought that's coming in my brain, it's coming off the tip of my tongue as soon as I think it up. More or less on Saturdays. So sometimes I might end up getting myself banned because of a Saturday show, but hey, whatever. But anyway, like I said, the rest of the week, pretty much, those are advertisements for the Saturday show is the main event. I might eventually stop doing the dashboard cam stuff, so there'll be a little, you'll have to catch me on the Monday, Wednesday, or the Saturday shows. You know what I mean? But I'll be live for like a good 3 or 4 hour show. You know what I mean? I'm gonna get some use out of it. But yeah, I think me doing the dashboard stuff, it's just my audience is they're too much. It's too much. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna have to stop that. And then, like I said, me doing that, it's harder for me to make a Chronicles episode and everything like that as well. Which I think, probably would be better. Just keep making the Chronicles episodes like I was. Out of the Uber driving. And then going doing a live show, But even if I get like one Chronicles episode up a week, I don't know. I'm also like having a live stream of my dashboard too. Just like if I get in any kind of trouble, anything around, I've got a timestamp video that's posted publicly online. Like a security camera that's posted online. You know what I mean? Because anything happens, the first thing cops want to do is check cameras. What's what do we have? Any kind of live feed of what's going on? You know what I mean? Which I could catch anything. There could be a fucking comet that lands in front of me or something. You know what I mean? Be all kinds of shit I could catch on my dash cam. Might even catch a weirdly shaped ship flying. But yeah, this is good background noise. Just a little bit of background noise. Something to listen to besides me the whole way through the show. It's perfect for that. I think I'm gonna buy one more month of this though, because I don't think I have quite enough songs. Some of them didn't turn out too good where I don't want to listen to them. You know what I mean? Some of them are like really bad. You know what I mean? But yeah, I might make another 40 or songs or so. It'll let me make it 40 if I buy one more month. And I think between all that, there should be a good sound I'll be able to pull out of it. Some of it did turn out pretty good, but some I don't know. Some of it's just like. I thought it popped up and said something. I don't know. Somebody might have deleted their message. Anyway, man, we're hanging out. But yeah, pretty much I don't drink unless it's Saturday show as well. Because I'm not an alcoholic. I just, I do it to try to improve the numbers for that show. Which it's been working for the most part, even at this stage in the channel. Like you can ask Honda, sometimes, man, I'll have like 8 people all hanging out, like there's 3 right now. There'll be like 8 people on the Saturday, it's not that much, but it's like double the audience. I mean, people they aim to come on the Saturday show because they don't know what I'm gonna say. But yeah, it'll get bigger and bigger, hopefully. And I know there's a bunch of other things to do on a Saturday night as well, so I'm competing with a lot, you know. But we're hanging out, man. Ever think of making your own tunes without AI? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, everybody and their brother on every corner wants to be a musician, you know what I mean? But yeah, I've written a couple of songs. I've even tried to, transpose the notes and stuff on, use a circle of fifths and all that. But yeah, it doesn't go anywhere because there's too many other people to compete against as far as music. This is, like I said, this is just more. Some of this stuff I might could shove into my videos somewhere. I need to make more cinematic sounding, dark cinematic sounding stuff with no lyrics on it, just so I can have. It'll make a bunch of different random sounds and stuff that I can play as underlay for like 20 seconds in the video. You know what I mean? And I can get more B-roll footage, and then sound that I can put on the B-roll footage, something like that. That's more or less what it was for. But some of it turned out pretty good, man. You can actually jam out to it. Like this one right here, man. It's not the one that's playing. But this one's becoming a crowd favorite. Everybody's been loving this song. Listen, wait for it. It's already got you though, right?
Caught beneath the neon of a closed down strip mall sign. My dashboard is my offense, and I'm always on the line. Florida humidity is clinging to the glass, while I watch the midnight shadows and the wealthy people pass. Got a bag of cold fries and a dream that's burning bright. Setting up a tripod in the flickering street light. They call me Swan Monkey, just a name I chose to wear. Documenting every mile and every single prayer. I'm delivering the dinner while I'm chasing down the train. One day the whole world is gonna know my chosen man. From the front seat of his Honda to a million silver screens. Just a man in his Corolla living out his wildest dreams. I'm logging every hustle, every drop off every street, turning struggle into content while I'm barely on my feet. Oh, yeah. Got the Google on the visor for the morning coffee run. Checking on my analytics, yeah, the rising of the sun. Logistics of the homeless life, places I can park. Finding peace within the silence when the world is feeling dark. Yeah, I explain the double dash and how the tips are looking low. But I smile for the camera, cause I'm putting on a show. My backseat is a bedroom, and the trunk is for the gear. Yeah, building up an empire while I'm conquering my fear. I'm delivering the dinner while I'm chasing down the fame. One day the whole world is gonna know my chosen name. From the front seat of this Honda to a million silver screens. Just a man in his Corolla living out his loudest dreams. Yeah, and on vocal Wi-Fi at the library at noon. Yeah, praying that the algorithm catches on to it soon. Face me a delivery guy, but see a rising star. just a drifter living out of his old car. Yeah, oh, don't worry, tell her, baby, in the world is my own self. The hardest working creator that you haven't followed yet. I'll keep getting that upload till the numbers start to climb. Oh, trading in my pennies for a legacy in time. I'm delivering the hymn while I'm chasing down the fame. One day the whole world is gonna know my chosen name. From the front seat of his Toyota to a million silver screens. Just a man in his Corolla living out his wildest dreams.
Yeah, but anyway, it's pretty good, man. Everybody's been liking it. Anyway, we're here, man. Because I'm trying to. The whole episode ain't gonna just be me playing music. Just more or less supposed to be like some ambient noise. Anyway, I know, man. It's crazy that I'm not already on stage somewhere, man. So I say it's like the system don't want me to do that, you know. Oh no. Oh no. Oh Lord, no.
Just a name I chose to wear, documenting every mile and every single prayer. I'm delivering the dinner while I'm chasing down the fame. One day the whole world is gonna know my chosen name. From the front seat of his Honda to a million silver screens. Just a man in his Corolla living out in private streets. Yeah, I'm logging every hustle, every job off every street. Turn the struggle into
Hell yeah, man. Let's go cruise a little bit, man. What y'all think? Thank you for stopping in and helping support a future real estate agent. Well, hell, man. No more questions or nothing?
I'm more than just a drifter living out of his car. I'm a storyteller, baby, and the world is my own set. The hardest working creator that you haven't followed yet. I'll keep hitting that up until the numbers start to climb. Trading in my panties for a legacy in time. Delivering the dinner while I'm chasing down the fame. One day the whole world is gonna know my chosen name. From the front seat of his Honda to a million silver screens. Just a man in his Corolla living out his wild dreams. Yeah, I'm walking every hustle, every drop off every street. Turn the struggle into content while I'm barely on my feet. For the fun monkey, yeah, you better hit some fly. Turning every single struggle to a cinematic vibe. Just a couple miles left tonight. Everything's
Hell yeah.
alright.
Thank you for tuning in and helping support a future real estate agent. I guess people don't like real estate agents. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Get around! Oh my God! Oh my God. Did you see it? That wasn't like a joke. Like actually just hit an armadillo. Poor guy, he shouldn't have been in the middle of the lane, man. Oh, that's right. Sorry. It's alright, you're fine. Already went by. Sorry, like he wasn't smart enough to get out of the road when he seen a car coming. Poor guy. He's just hungry trying to find some food. Now he's got to find a vet. It sucks.
Don't you ever forget the name. Check the audio, check the light, keep the camera rolling. Just another night on the streets. I am coming from the driver's seat, rolling unrefined, leaving all the parking tickets far behind. Good night to the future, I'm signing off the air. Lost swamp monkey, I know I'm almost there.
Yeah. I don't know where to go. Which way should I go? God damn it, Jimmy. Is the chat busted? Alright, reconnect. Sorry, I had to reconnect it just to make sure the chat wasn't busted. Inside a sedan, dreaming of a van. Just a man inside a sedan, dreaming of a van. Oh yeah. Man, where's everybody at, man? Alright, 76 degrees. Yeah, there's like some weird stories happen in Florida. Like I heard this lady, like just in this last week or so, this lady, she got a DUI. She had a McDonald's Happy Meal, and she tried to take the she had a Heineken can or something, open container for a Heineken can, and she tried to put it inside the Happy Meal from McDonald's. And tried to try to close it up, and put the DUI from a Happy Meal, basically. The way that they tagged the headline on it or whatever. And in this other one, there was a truck driver or something near Plant City, got pulled over having what looked like missiles mounted in his truck bed or something like that. And they were just plastic replicas or something, but it gave police, I don't know, people were calling in or whatever, and so they gave him a gentle warning about his taste in his art, because it was literally just like paper mache or plastic, I don't know, looked like he was driving around with missiles in the bed of his truck or something. Just here in Florida, what people do for fun. It was. They also passed some kind of new law with mandates that by December 26th, they're saying something. Every county must in-law mother-in-law suites or some kind of accessory dwelling units on single-family house lots without needing. You don't need to have a public hearing or whatever to have that. Every county has to allow a mother-in-law unit or suite as accessory to any dwelling unit on single-family lots, but you don't need to have a public housing hearing about it first, which I think is crazy. Basically, it's going to allow everybody to, say your address is 75, 70. That's your address, right? 75 Southwest Sand Dollar Lane or whatever. Your address, 75 Southwest Sand Dollar Lane. But, you have the right, you can make a shed into a mother-in-law house, you know what I mean? Or you can make the shed into a guest house and basically call it a mother-in-law dwelling. And you don't need to have, you don't need to go to your county commissioner's meeting or anything, get any kind of, signage or nothing. They're just going to make it a law, a by right. I don't know. And then they said something about starting on July 21st or July 1st or something like that. There's a new law for owners of farmlands surrounded by development areas. If you're you can get a fast track for residential certification. So anybody that you own farmland, but if developed anywhere around you has been developed, basically, it's going to help you fast track to get the residential permit, basically, for that farmland. So they'll be able to sell you get a 10-acre property, you'll be able to draw it up into lots and then sell each lot for as much, you know what I mean? They basically have a right to do that now. It's been a law. That's going to be a law officially July 1st. So there might be more lots for sale after July 1st. There might be a lot more lots for sale. That's something to think about. But yeah, it basically gives them the right to just split their farmland up. Just because they're, they get a fast track, the registration and the permits and all that or whatever. Having a land surveyor come out and cut all the properties. So, this is some of the stuff that I was hearing about. Not sure what do y'all think about that? I don't know. We're hanging out, man. It's Humpday Hangout, man. We're here. If you you like the music, I can turn it up. Just trying to talk for a minute. Anyway, just shout out to y'all, man. Appreciate every one of y'all popping in, hanging out for a minute. I'm not even sure where I'm driving right now. I'm just driving. Very be cool. Waiting on the green light. Here we go. They might go into Walmart and get some spray paint. Just run around. Paint. What do you think, man? This sounds interesting. Yeah, we'll just go. Well, I'll drive around. I'll look for stuff that's already graffitied, and then I'll just draw a big black X over the top of whatever they graffitied. I shouldn't get in trouble for that. I'm just basically just, you know, if anybody graffitied anything, I'm graffitiing over the top of that just to tell them fuck you, basically, without even having to write fuck you. You're just drawing a big X over it. English lies. I'm gonna get that. Oh, they're pissed. Oh yeah, they're pissed as fuck. But it's always a race, man. Always a race. Gotta remember that. Jesus Christ. Damn, I kind of want one of those, but one monkey. If you like the music, I can turn it up. We're just hanging out, man. It's the Humpday Hangout. I do this every week, Wednesdays at about 8 o'clock. Tonight it started at 9. But anyway, we're hanging out. Good day. Right now, I'm placing a dinner order basically right now. I guess that's not bad. It's fine where it is. It's fine where it is. What do you mean? It's fine where it is. Oh, the volume. Gotcha. That's what I thought. Just more like an ambience level. Yeah. I'm thinking about getting this. I think this is the play right now. Get one of those boxes. It's $6. But I'm gonna get a Doritos taco. I can upgrade it to a Doritos taco for free. And then I upgraded this burrito. I got a crunch wrap instead. I got a crunch wrap instead of this burrito and a Dorito taco instead. But that's what I'm getting for $6. I don't know. It's not quite. It's not. I don't know. Not too bad. Basically $6. You're looking at $1.50 of each item. Like, each item was $1.50, kind of technically. And I know a Crunch Wrap's worth more than $1.50, and a Doritos Locos Taco's worth more than $1.50, and then the drink, I don't know, I'm getting a large one for just 10 cents more. And I get a little thing of chips for $1.50. You know what I mean? It's worth it. As the world turns gold around the rim.
Space to sit down and a moment to think. No more sleeping in the tilt of the polyester seat. No more hiding from the law on the residential street. I'm speaking to the land, yeah, I'm talking to you. This is how we survive, this is what we gotta do. I'm a Florida swamp mommy, streaming from the dash, bathing up the future.
Please work.
Just a minute, us and then, with a dream of a van, documenting life the only way that I can. From the drives through the window to the back of the gym, watching as the world comes golden down the rim. Head like and subscribe for the roadside view. Tomorrow's a new time, something different and new. Still drifting on the edge.
Oh, I don't know nothing about that dirty soda.
Just a monkey in the swamp making peace with fate. Record until the battery dies out tonight. Searching for the glow of the morning.
Yeah, it's like, I think they put cream soda in it, or like actual cream in it, or something. Like, you know, like imagine Pepsi and then you put coffee creamer in it. Something like that.
Okay, Taco Bell. Order whenever you're ready.
Hi there, picking up a mobile order for Jimothy.
You said Jimothy?
Yes, sir.
Alright, 1 second. Go to your unlocked cravings box.
Yes, sir.
Alright, go for it.
Checking every mirror while the sunlight fades. Living in the driving seat for 29 days. Got a gym bag ready for a $5 shot. Counting every gallon, every quarter, every hour. I'm a Florida swamp monkey, streaming to the dash, building up a future while
Oh, I got a whole other drink coming. Oh, great.
sit down with a dream of a man, documenting life the only way
Yes, sir.
that I can. From the drive-thru window to the back
Gotcha.
of the gym, watching as the world turns gold down the river.
Sorry, guys. I'm gonna get some spray away glass cleaner, and I'm gonna make sure I like clean my window before I go live. Yeah, it'll help with some of the glare. But it doesn't matter because each morning there's so much humidity and fog and stuff. When I wake up in the morning, it doesn't matter. The whole window just turns into, you know, I don't know. But yeah, thank you for hanging out with us, Reba. Appreciate you hanging out with us, man. Usually it's just me talking to Honda because it's still a new channel. I'm still trying to get it off the ground. Trying to put wind in the sails.
Space to sit down and a moment to think. No more sleeping in the tent of a polyester seat. No more hiding from the law on a residential street. I'm speaking to the
And Governor DeSantis, right, our governor here in Florida, recently signed some bill making it harder for local governments to deny land development applications. So like if you have like a little township or something, the governor made it harder for you to deny. Thank you, sir. You too. Yeah, the governor made it harder for you to deny them upgrading it or developing it anyway, basically, just doing everything they can for big business, right? If it's your first time tuning in and hanging out, I'm Florida Swamp Monkey. I've been living in my car since September. Got aspirations of being a future real estate agent, so thank you for helping support a future real estate agent. Even just hanging out for 10 seconds. But yeah, this is the Humpday Hangout. Pretty much just like a smoke session kind of thing. Question, you know, if you got any kind of questions or certain topics we can bring up, talk about, or whatever. More or less an advertisement for the Saturday show. The Saturday show, I get drunk. And it usually starts about 10 p.m. on Saturday night. So, you know, it's later on in the evening. Hopefully the kids are asleep. And, you know, if they are listening from down the hall, hopefully I don't get you in trouble. Get myself in trouble, you know. It's more for an adults kind of thing, you know. And if you got something to drink too, or, you know, if you're not really a drinker, you know, hell, just pop open one beer with me, you know, whatever. You ain't got to. It's not specifically for drinkers. I just get drunk. You know, you never know when I'm gonna shake. You know what I mean? But yeah, usually it's pretty entertaining. We'll have a couple people in there hanging out. I don't know which one to eat first. Which item do I eat first? Chip. I'll eat a chip first. Oh, yeah. I wanted to do a video of me stealth camping in the woods right here on the left. Which I could still do. But there was a police officer telling me that there's actually like a group of like 6 or 8 homeless people that live in there. Which makes sense. Because you got this grocery store right over here on the right. As of April 26th, Governor Ron DeSantis signed several often contested bills aimed at speeding up development, reducing housing costs. No, that's not true. And limiting local government control over land use. Hell yeah. But no, I don't think he's really trying to lower housing costs. That's bullshit. Every time I see like a new complex they're building, some kind of new, you know, it's always more and more and more and more. Like homes from the mid 300s, homes from the upper 400s. You know, all kinds of shit. Like, you know what I mean? There ain't no cheaper housing incentive going on. They want really, and then they sell a couple of houses for $300,000, $400,000, and then because you know that just changes the whole market now. What up, y'all? What's up, y'all? Swapping in. What's good, Swamp? Dropping in. Dropping in. Hell, man. Appreciate it, man. That's all it takes, man. We're hanging out. I might hook up to the Wi-Fi here. Just trying to make the signal a little bit better. But we're kind of, I'm just kind of cruising around too. I'm not even logged on to Uber. I had a quest. They wanted me to do 60 deliveries before Friday, and I signed up for too many. I shouldn't have signed up for 60. This area it's too quiet for there to be, you know, there's not going to be 60 orders that come through. But yeah, I screwed myself, baby, basically, because I could have made some kind of bonus. Say if I would have signed up for like 40 deliveries, I could have made some kind of bonus on that. But I signed up for 60 and I screwed myself. And it's like, it's Wednesday. I spent all day Monday, all day Tuesday, all day today trying to push the deliveries out, trying to get the quest done. I'm at like 23 out of 60 deliveries. That's where I'm like, it's not gonna happen. I need 37 deliveries tomorrow, and there's not enough time in the day where that would even happen if they even came through. You know what I mean? If anybody's ever driven for Uber, you know, you're not gonna make 35. You're not gonna make 37 deliveries happen. too many restaurants are gonna have their shit fucked up where you're not gonna have. It's just not gonna happen. It's tough to make 20 deliveries happen for Uber in a day. Uber or DoorDash, you know what I mean. DoorDash is a little bit better. They're a little. I don't know how they got their timing so much better on DoorDash. I don't know what it is. Uber just they don't care. I think that's what it is. Sorry, bro. I get it, man. No, even a 10-second view is a view, man. You know what I mean? And the more views my shit gets, the more legit it looks. Like I got a couple videos that made it over like 200 views, and they look better. Like if somebody's gonna go through my page and look for a video to watch, they'll click on one of those videos that already has like 300 views on it, because they'll be like, "Hey, why did people watch this?" You know what I mean? Do you listen to the Marias? I've never heard them. I can't listen to them all on a live stream, but I will check them out. What are they? Are they like a chick metal band? I like goth chicks, you know what I mean? So if it's a metal chick band, I'm into that. Let's do it. Gotcha. Yeah, I like different kind of stuff too, man. Like I like this one band called We Banjo 3. We Banjo 3 is pretty good. They're like really acoustic, folk, indie folk, acoustic. They're they kind of remind me of Mumford & Son. It's like Mumford & Son, but with different instruments that they prefer to use. They're like, We Banjo 3. It's kind of like Mumford & Son. It's a little different. But they're not as mainstream as Mumford & Sons either. But I bet if you like Mumford & Sons, sorry, I'm referencing them too much. But yeah, if you like them, you would probably like We Banjo 3. If you've never heard of them. And if you do like them, you probably have heard of We Banjo 3. It's because they're really similar. They're similar, but they're different in their own ways. They're their own band. It's not a DoorDash guy. Well, it was a DoorDash guy. The Marias is an American alternative pop band from Los Angeles. They are known for performing songs in both English and Spanish, in addition to infusing their music with elements including jazz, percussion, guitar riffs, and horn solos. Hell yeah. Oh, here's a fun game we can play. I can read off headlines from Florida newspapers, and then you can tell me if it's a true headline or not. Headline of your Florida newspaper. I can't ask it, man. Yeah. How much is land? I can get a quarter acre. Quarter acre is like $15K for a quarter acre. You could probably get a tenth of an acre for $10K. I don't know. It'd be hard to find a tenth of an acre anywhere though. A tenth or an eighth of an acre, I don't think you're gonna find. You can get a quarter of an acre for $15,000 though. But where I'm looking at, I can get a whole acre for like $25,000. So I feel like it would be a waste of money to buy a quarter acre. But yeah, like 25K, I can get an acre. And then if I had cash in hand, I don't know. I don't think it's going to be any cheaper because they have land's predetermined price. I don't know. But I don't know. What I'm basically trying to, I'm waiting for Bitcoin to go up to $250,000. But yeah, if Bitcoin goes up to $250,000, then I can buy land because it'll be up high enough where my stack will be worth enough. Oh shit. I don't know, man. What do we got here? If I get tired of school this year, I'm selling my car and motorcycle, get land, and Uber to get a tiny home. It's tough, man. I wouldn't say it's for everybody, man. Like it's harder than I make it look. You know what I mean? I look, you know what I mean? You can look at me and you can see over time it's been taking a toll on me. You know what I mean? I can't wait, I can't wait for the ex-girlfriend to call and be like, "Hey, can you come back? I need your help." And I'll be like, "Yeah, I'll be there." You know. I'm hoping and praying she'll call me, say, "Hey, I need your help. Can you come back?" She knows I don't want to be in Ohio, but I would rather be with her than not with her, and then ultimately working against her in this situation. You know what I mean? I'd rather be with her regardless of where we are. You know what I mean? And she's not quite understanding that side of it. I don't know why, but she's just up and down. She's like, "No, I don't want you to have to come back here. This and that. And I want to hear you going off about this and that." And I'm like, "But babe, it'd be easier than what I've been going through for the last 6-7 months." But anyway, you know what I mean? I'm like, will you please just come to your senses and let me come back? Because the $400 or $500 a month I was giving you was definitely, it was definitely me pulling my half of the weight in that. Now that she doesn't have that, she's stressing the fuck out. You know what I mean? But yeah, I could get a hold of my old boss and he'd let me come back. There might not be hours right away. I might have to elbow somebody out of the way to get hours, but he'd probably let me come back and give me at least one day on the schedule, and then I can Uber in between and then give her the $400 or $500 that she needs, where it would make everything that much easier. And then whenever she's ready to leave, we could leave. You know what I mean? But no, I don't know, man. What pissed me off, man, she keep making deals with the neighbors. But, all these fucking hillbillies up there, she wants to come over to do some work on the house or do this and that. I'm like, just stop. We don't need to be putting all that money into the house. We paid certain amount for it as is. We agreed to pay that as is. So you don't think the next person's going to come and be willing to pay the same amount that we paid? We already agreed to pay it. You know what I mean? But she's trying to put another $10,000, $20,000 worth of money into it because she thinks that, she thinks if she puts $10K worth of money into it, she's going to be able to sell it for $80K. And I'm like, see, that's part of the problem, though. You know what I mean? Like you'd be adding into... The world needs cheaper housing, right? It'll be easier and faster to sell it if you sell it for cheaper. I'm sorry. But yeah, it's a house for $60K. It's gonna fly. It's gonna fly like pancakes for sale on the market. But if it's a house for $90K, they're gonna nitpick it. They're gonna be like, "Oh, I don't know about this. I don't know about that." And you'd have to argue, "Well, I spent all this money, but I just put all this money into it. I'm trying to get that money back out of it." It's like, why put that money into it? Just fucking go. That's $20,000 we could use to get the fuck out of here with. Whatever. But yeah, I'd rather be working with her, you know, living indoors with her and stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Think about it all the way. Yeah. But yeah, if you're close to getting school done with, at least, you know, get that school busted out. Yeah, I don't know, man. There's a bunch of little shit. Basically, it's like, I don't know. We both had a video game addiction. And I realized it and stopped. And then, you know, another 3 months or so. Like, I had a video game addiction. You know, whatever. I got like a video game addiction. At least that's the way I want to call it. Where I was putting thousands of hours into games. You know what I mean? Playing it like you're making money from it. Or something. And, but she was basically doing the same thing. So I stopped because I realized I need to, you know, cause like if I would have put that time into like working at a job, 2,000 hours at minimum wage even is a decent chunk of change, you know. So I'm like, I need to stop playing these games. I'm wasting too much of my life playing these games. As you know what I mean. I'm not saying stop completely, but you know, like make it more like only 2-3 nights a week thing. You know what I mean? Not 18 hours. You know, play as much as I can between now and work again. So I stopped, and she's still doing the same thing. You know what I mean? Even today, I think she's still playing that fucking game anywhere she can in between. I'm like, it's not even that fucking good a game. It's designed for 12-year-olds. You know? It's just really, you know what I mean? I don't know. But yeah, it's like I stopped playing the game so hard, and then she doubled down on it. Like she's seen that I wasn't getting on PlayStation, so then she's seen it as a place she could go to get away from me. You know what I mean? So she started to like border herself up even more into the PlayStation, it seemed like, which was starting to piss me off. Plus she's still working out deals. She's still cutting deals with the neighbors for them to do this and then to do that and them to do, you know. She sold the garage. She sold the garage to the neighbor for 2 years for a phone. Because she for some reason she needed to upgrade her phone. But I don't know. It was some deal. The neighbor, I don't know. One of the neighbors was supposed to be doing work or something like this. Something about something. I don't know. Some shit she wants to fix before she sells it. Anyway, but this guy's supposed to be doing the work or something. They were gonna work out something where he was supposed to be paying her for something else or something. He was gonna be paying her to rent the garage. He was gonna be paying her, I think, $200 a month to rent the garage. And instead of doing that, he's like, hey, I got this phone. Would you be interested in this phone instead? And she's like, oh yeah, I need to upgrade. You know, all of a sudden, the $200 that you could have used for your bills to help you make ends meet a little bit better with your bills. All of a sudden, he's got this phone that he probably got off a pallet for Amazon returns or something. You know what I mean? Because the dude's kind of a shady guy. You know what I mean? That's probably the most legit situation of how he's got this phone, is if he got it off an Amazon pallet or, you know, Amazon return pallet or something. You know what I mean? Because this dude, like I said, like all the neighbors were, anybody that was coming over trying to offer to do something for us, they were shady as fuck. I'm like, why are you even dealing with these people at all? Like, fuck them. And you know, like, there are neighbors too. I don't really mean it like that, but like, I'm not coming around your house I'm not trying to get a paycheck off of you. I don't know why you're over here snipping around me, trying to get a paycheck off me. Like, I do my own thing for fucking money. I don't scam my neighbors for money. You know what I mean? Cause it was just a bunch of little stupid shit, man. All kinds of shit like that, you know, like, one guy was supposed to be cutting down the tree in the backyard, because their limbs, there was a storm, and some of the limbs on the tree fell and hit this 50-year-old shed that's falling apart. The shed itself would be better to be used as scrap metal. but I guess they're saving it because scrap metal's going up in price still. So, you know, they feel like they're sitting on money, and for right now it's a bullshit shed. But anyway, some tree limbs fell on it during a storm, and so the guy's hitting me up. He's like, you know, I got a tree service, I can help you get that round, you know. And I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, why not do it for free then, since you're my neighbor, you know? I'm like, you know, it's fucking tight everywhere right now. You know we ain't got no fucking money, you know, but you still want to hit us up for $1,000 to cut down this fucking tree, you know? It's like, dude, you got a problem with it, you cut it, you know what I mean? Fucking, the one tree in our yard has to come down because there's branches falling on his old beat up ass shed. And it really, if he was a professional tree trimmer, it wouldn't have had to come down. He could have just pruned it. You know what I mean? There was no reason you had to kill the whole fucking tree because of some branches. You know what I mean? You could have just cut. You know, I don't know. Like I said, an actual professional, that's probably what they would have done. And then he cuts it, and he leaves a tree stump fucking taller than me. And I'm like, would it, you know, he cuts it and then just drops it and left it in the fucking yard. Didn't do any of the hallway. You know, I'm like, basically, he came over and cut the tree down and then stole the fucking truck. But he did it legally because he worked it out in a deal with her. It's just like, I'm like, why are you even dealing with these people anymore at all? Like, how many times they gotta fuck you over before you just stop fucking making deals with these people? Oh. I'm still waiting on that one. Why not rent instead of sold? Oh, because it's not worth renting, because there's too much shit you'd have to fix to make it to where it's legally in that state able to be rented. You know what I mean? Like, again, that's what I'm saying, that she wants to throw the $30K into it, and I'm like, no, have it be a cheaper house. It'll sell faster to be a cheaper house. There needs to be more affordable housing, you know. But yeah, that's kind of that. If we were to rent it, we'd have to put that 30K in to rent it, and then we'd have to worry about a tenant that could probably just tear it all fucking back up again. It's just, it wouldn't be worth it. I don't know. It's just better. It's better just to cut our losses and move the fuck forward, I think. Oh yeah, all kinds of that, dude. We were together for like 9-10 years. We did all that. That's what I'm saying. Like, I realized I had an addiction to the video games, and then I put them down. I quit almost 100% cold turkey. I did kind of pick it up every now and then. I'd play it like once a week for about 4 hours kind of thing. But I was honestly, I'm still sick of them. I don't fucking, there ain't a game I really fucking want to play. I spend that much fucking time playing now. You know what I mean? I see through it now better. I aged out of it. Then I'm looking at her, and like I said, she just doubled down on it. I'm like, okay. You know. But in between the video game addiction, the neighbors ripping us off, and me yelling about it, me being pissed off about it a lot, because it would happen a lot, you know, like every other month or so, she had to work out some kind of deal with one of the neighbors, you know. And I'm like, why? Just leave them the fuck alone. Tell them not to knock on our door unless our house, you know, don't, you know, like, fucking, you know, just leave us alone. That's the way I would like to be with my neighbors, you know, especially in the world that we're in today. Like, I'm honestly just like, leave me the fuck alone, man. You do your own thing. I'll do mine thing. Stay over there. Do I really need to put a fence up between yours and my yard? Do I really need to put up a gate and shit to keep you from coming all the way up to my door, knocking on my door, trying to solicit me for something? You're my neighbor. You know, it's like, fucking leave me alone, bro. I don't know. If you like the music, eventually later on in the night, my whole car turns into a nightclub. It's kind of interesting to watch and see, you know. But it kind of does, man. The vibe hits the right way. Basically, the whole car turns into a nightclub. It'll happen here in a couple more hours. But right now, we're just chilling, man. It's just a smoke sesh. The Humpday Hangout. Hell yeah. That's why I went vertical for you, man. I was thinking that. I'm like, Santino's probably going to go dashing tonight. I'll go vertical, help him out. No, I appreciate you, man. Like, you comment more than anybody else. I think you're the number one talker on the channel besides me. You know what I mean? You're almost like a co-host. You know what I mean? Like, you would be in blue, you know what I mean? And you know you would be in blue. But it's better if you're in gray, because it'll look to other people like it's more than just my moderators talking. You know what I mean?
This is history already, but it's still important.
Damn, man. No, I'm not interested. I'm not really in the place to really be flirting, trying to raise up women right now. Like, once I'm getting, like, I don't know. Even when I have the land, even once I have my own private property and the van, I'm still really not in a place to really be trying to raise up women. I'll try, because if I can find a woman that's happy to be with me while I only have that much, you know what I mean? They're honestly with me because they want to be with me. They're not with me because of the shit I have. Because I'd have a quarter acre in a van. You know what I mean? I have a shitty job, an even shittier job that I do with Uber. I have a quarter acre of land to my name and a van. Now, granted, that's a quarter acre of land in Florida, so that might be attractive to somebody on the other side of the ocean. You know what I mean? But it's not going to be attractive to anybody, anybody in the U.S. Like, you have a quarter acre of land and you live in a van. Okay, you know. Why are you trying to talk to me? You know what I mean? But at the same time, there could be a hippie chick or something out there where it's like, I've been looking for some land. I don't know. Like, I got my own van. And yeah, you got land. You know, I can just park my van on your land. You know, yeah. If we can have some fun playing with each other too, then yeah, by all means, we'll find a way to shower. You know what I mean? Well, that's like the fingers crossed Omega dream kind of thing. Because even she won't do that. I tried to talk her into doing that, you know, because I'm like, I don't know. She's not tough enough where she can do that, basically. But I get it. It's a lot harder on a woman. I can only imagine how much harder it would be if I were a female trying to live in my car. But like I said, if I could find that, you know what I mean? And you know, I got this patch of land that's way off in the woods. With, you know, at least it's a safe spot to park. And you know, you got me kind of watching out for you. If you hear anything, you know, you wake me up. I don't know. But that's the idea for now. I don't know. And that's probably, like I said, that's not even gonna happen. Like, you know what I mean? I got a better chance of talking to the girl I've already been talking to for the last 10 years. Yeah, because find a hippie chick that's not already like tied to someone else somehow, she's probably fucking crazy. You know what I mean? Right. You just got to go to another country to find it. Like America, that's what the thing is. American women's they're prudes. They're prudes. Like you never have enough. You never have enough for American woman. The other women, they'll be happy to be with you just be, you know, just because you're American. But here we're trying to fish for the hardest fish to ever, you know, we're trying to fish for the hardest fish to catch, basically, here. Your wife, Reba's wife has a great career and makes more money than she does. Yeah, I'm gonna rescue some girls. I mean that's the thing too. Like you're a philanthropist by doing that. In a bigger picture on everything, like, okay, you can spoil some American daddy's girl. You know, or if you're lucky, she might actually be career driven, you know. But then she's probably gonna be a bitch about that too. You know what I mean? Like basically, my girl, every time she's had some kind of management opportunity, it's always like, well, you know, don't need you now. And I'm like, oh, you know, cool. That's all. Yeah, that's all right. See you later. You know. But yeah, and then they want female managers. They you know. You're a hardworking, good-looking female. If you're both an attractive and a hardworking female, that your parents didn't spoon-feed you through college. You know what I mean. You're poised. You're poised to be a manager somewhere. The way society is right now. But I know you've seen the Hollister whore type girls where their parents basically like babied them so much that they were able to squeeze out grades in college and stuff. I tried to. The AI is not the best, but it tried. You keep leaving out the word love. Okay. We live in modern day Babylon. There is no love. So, I don't know. I see it like a Rome 2.0. Like they tried to recreate Rome or something. I don't know. It's like a scientific Rome or something. I don't know. I don't. It's weird. The whole, I don't know. Building a pyramid scheme out of humans themselves is kind of fucked up. That's what I'm saying. Like, I want to try and find the cheapest patch of land, and then you know, I am legally allowed to park my car here. The police, there should be no reason the police have to show up and tell me I need to leave my own private property. You know what I mean? Like, they might show up and tell me, oh, you gotta put the fire out. Or, you know, hey, you're making too much noise after 9 o'clock. You know, settle down. Your neighbor just called and said that they, you know, they wanted us to come over. You know what I mean? That's all they could do. Show up for a noise complaint, or because I have a fire lit or something. You know what I mean? Because I'm not even gonna make that much of a dent on the land to where I even impacted it, to where I have to pay an impact fee. I'm hoping. Because you know, that's all just money spent for no reason. I just need a place to crash. You know what I mean? I don't know why it's got to be a $300,000-$400,000 property to be able to do that. You know what I mean? Or, you know, the other way I see it, right? So it's $1,000 a month for me to rent a studio. For me to get like a 300 square foot studio is $1,000 a month, right? So after 1 year, I'm gonna spend 12 grand to have a place to live for 1 year. And granted, it's an indoor place. It's a little tiny place. For 12 grand for 1 year, I've secured a place to live. Or on the other hand, I could buy a piece of property for 12 grand, and then I've secured a place to live for probably the next 40. I mean, granted, there's property taxes and stuff I have to keep up with, but that's property taxes on a $12,000 piece of property. Come on, how much is that? How much is that going to be? Up to a whole $1,000, maybe? Like, if they wanted to charge me that much, because I don't think that sounds absurd. That'd be 10% of the price of the land every year. But even still, if it was that much, just be geared up for it anyway. You know what I mean? That's what you have to pay. That's your rent to keep your land. You know what I mean? Unconditional love. Right, that's the thing. It's like, I don't know if it even was, because like I said, I wouldn't have thrown my partner out just because they hit a couple hard months. They're basically stuck in a 5-year cycle where they've just kind of had bullshit on top of bullshit being handed to them, you know. Because, well, right now that's what was basically all the opportunity is being given to people in other countries right now. That's kind of what it is, really. It's like, sit back and like look, like, you know, unless you're like one of the A+ workers, you know what I mean? You're that guy. You're that guy. You know, you have that look, and so they want to promote. You know, I've seen people like that. You know what I mean? You know, we've all seen them. Because I've seen people. I don't know, what was that dude? There was one dude I was working with at Amazon when I first started working. Like, even in the orientation, this dude was like all over the top. Like, he came in like he was gonna take over the place. You know what I mean? He had like that mentality. And then like 90 days later, he was gone. You know what I mean? But you get it. You know, there's people like that. They like, yeah, I'm Mr. FedEx. You know, I don't only work for FedEx. I'm Mr. FedEx. You know what I mean? People like that you cross into over the years. But yeah, unless you're one of those people, a lot of the opportunity for the last 5 years or so, 10 years or so, it's like they've just been giving it away to all these other people in all these other countries. And then we're just sitting here like, what the hell's going on? You know, and now we're starting to find it, you know. Like, there's this kidney place across the street right here. I think I think it's one of them little scams things, because it's a kidney place. It used to be a Latin restaurant, and now they didn't even take Latin Family Restaurant off the front of the you know, it still says Latin Family Restaurant, but then it's a kidney center. You know what I mean? So they didn't even pay to change the signage, and then nobody goes there. They don't do anything. It's a doctor's office that nothing happens. You know, I almost wanted to make videos on it, like post up in front of it. And then just record until people come out, you know. But yeah, it's crazy how much everything, you know, if you want to make money right now, you either have to get on the internet or scam the government. That's the only way. Like, I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I've been thinking for years I need to use a computer for work. I don't, you know, like, I do like working physically at the same time. It's weird. But I appreciate y'all hanging out, man. Like I said, even a 10-second view is a view. If you haven't double tapped your screen yet, double tap your screen. It'll help other people try and find me. But I've been living in my car since September. I'm getting through it, man. Like, I see it as like a 3 to 5 year process. And I'm still on year 1. I'm hoping it'll be a 3-year process. I'll be even living in a vehicle. But if I make it through it, then it's all gonna get better. It's just a drive between, like, a really long, really long road trip. You know what I mean? Like, you get tired, you figure a way to crash in the back. You know what I mean? You just have to get to the point where you're tired enough to crash. Eventually you can sleep in the car. You just have to get tired enough. You know what I mean? And I'm just on a really long road trip for the next 3 years. I'll eventually get home. But I also think it'd be a pretty good gimmick if I don't buy a home. I'm wanting to buy the property, right? Just so that way I don't have to worry about the cops breathing down my neck. But I was thinking it might be a gimmick I could do for the channel. Wait till I have 100K subscribers to buy a house, which might not ever happen. And then, it's money I saved because I never had to buy a house because I didn't make it to 100K subscribers. But I wouldn't be a prude about it either. Like, say if I made it to 95K, I would probably go ahead and buy a house at that point, because then I could make a pretty big video about it, probably, where it would probably get me the last little bit of subs. Like, he said, like, he didn't go to 100, but you'd be telling people, you know what I mean? He didn't go to 100, but he went over 90, and then he bought a house. Like, he made it to 90K and figured that was close enough. You should subscribe to him, man. It's been a hell of a story I've been watching over the years. You know what I mean? I'm hoping that's what happens. Because I think one way or another, it's a slow-moving horse. But, you're still watching a race. But yeah, I don't know, man. Like I said, I'm trying to save as much money as possible, because I feel like the ultimate goal is retirement anyway. I think we just hit, paying $400,000 for a house is a fence post you hit along the way. You know what I mean? It's a big hindrance. It doesn't have to be. I get that you have a psychology where you want to live indoors, but you're stripping yourself of your freedom to do that. I'm sure you can kind of understand that to some extent. But you're trading your life to live indoors to the point where it's not even getting to the point where it's not even worth it. You know what I mean? I can live outside for free, and then the money that I'm making is my money. I'm not giving it to anybody else. Not at least at this point. Well, I am. I mean, you still have to pay your taxes to the crown and all that. But yeah, trying to get to the point I don't even technically make an income. If I don't technically even make an income, I have nothing to really even have to claim. Which it'd be nice, say my channel gets big enough, I'm starting to make money off of it, and then I get to the point where I don't even need the money that the channel's making. You know what I mean? And then I could all the money that the channel's making, I could just pass to my moderators. I don't even think Asmon's doing something like that. You know what I mean? Like, he's making so much money off his channel that he's not even going to spend because he's so cheap. And then, he's not even passing that on to his moderators, as far as I know. There might be a couple of his homies, like his okay. Oh, that was hilarious. But yeah, there might be like his closest 5 friends might be hooked up. But I don't know. I don't know the guy. I would honestly, I'd like to meet him in person, though. He's a pretty cool dude. Nothing against him. Dollar buying power decays 7% each year. You're counting on all these stars aligning just right. But the stars already align perfectly, though. You know what I mean? I'm not counting. I'm counting on the Earth rotating around the sun, like it already has been for a couple 100,000 million years. You know what I mean? I'm counting on humanity to act the exact same way that humanity has always acted. You know what I mean? There's just a new technology in the mix now. And the sooner people wise up and realize that it is a step forward from paper currency. It honestly is. You know, it's just a matter of time before people actually wise up to it. It might take a couple generations, but even the way that they're teaching math to like an 8-year-old, the way that they teach math has changed. You know what I mean? So honestly, I think the younger the kids might even discover it younger, because they'll be better with mathematics than we are. Our caveman mathematics, the way that we were taught, especially if you're an older generation, you know what I mean? It's I don't know. The way that we were taught mathematics is, yeah. We were just past smacking rocks together. I still that's the way I see it too. Like when we got here, I don't. When I first got here, there was all kinds of weird shit that didn't exist yet. It was like, I remember them flipping out about an adjustable wrench and stuff like that. I remember the old men like, they're like, man, we got these adjustable wrenches now, and I'm like, what? There was some dumb shit when I got here. You know what I mean? We've changed it a lot with some lighting, some plastic, you know, but we're basically the same humans. Counting on Bitcoin. No, I'm only counting on Bitcoin going to $250,000. Have you been listening? And then, yeah, I'm looking for the cheapest way to get through this bitch. You know what I mean? Like I said, I don't need to spend $200,000 on a house. It's just me at the point. You know what I mean? And really, I was at the beach. I seen a whole family living in their van with kids and shit. They had kids and a cat. There's a whole family with kids and a cat living in their van. Somehow they're doing it. Granted, the kids weren't old enough where they were actually in school yet, so they could probably, you know, because even when they get to school age, they could probably get away with homeschooling. Because that's where they'll get you, because you still, if you have kids, they need to be schooled. And if they're not bringing them to public school, then you know, one way or another. But yeah, like I literally seen it. I seen a whole family of 4 plus a cat living in a van when I went down to the beach like last week. It's not impossible. And like I said, I only need Bitcoin to go to $250,000. The million is inevitable anyway. It's just a matter of time. How long is it going to take? I don't know. Hopefully by 2032. That's what I'm hoping for. I hope I'll see $1 million Bitcoin before 2032, or at least by the end of it. So I could be correct on that. You know what I mean? But even still, if I'm not correct, $250,000 is all I need, because I already have enough where if it goes to $250,000, I could put it down as collateral on the land and then buy it back from myself. Basically, that's all I need. Just $250,000. Anything more than that, it'll make it even more worth it to buy it back, to get my collateral back. You know what I mean? But yeah, I just basically put up double the amount in Bitcoin, buy the land, pay the land back off, get my Bitcoin back, and that whole time it's been appreciating even more, and so it's even more worth it to pay it off and get the coin back. I don't understand. If it doesn't go to 250K, well then I'm in the same spot I'm in. Nothing changes. You know what I mean? I'm gonna pick up and keep going tomorrow. You know? Like I said, I'm surprised it's not already over 1 million, because over 20 million of them have already kind of found a pocket to be into, and the rest have to be pulled out of a computer by being eloquent enough where you actually know how to do the mining. You know what I mean? And even if you do know how to do the mining, you have to join a pool, and you'll be awarded in decimals when your block finally hits. You know, when your group finally hits a block, you're going to be awarded in decimals. You know what I mean? So, you know, it's crazy that it's not already 1 million. Absolutely. But I think that's because of the amount of withdrawal too. Because people have a right to withdraw. They've been in it for like over 10 or 15 years. You know what I mean? That's part of the game. They were aiming for $1 trillion market cap. So when they hit $1 trillion market cap, they were like, let's keep going. Let's go to 2, and they went to 2, and then sure enough, you know what I mean? That's what they were planning. That was part of the game. You know what I mean? Now that they made it there, now they see that it's a real thing. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's like me getting to 1,000. Like, you know, me getting to 1,000 on this channel is like Bitcoin getting to its first trillion. Then once they made it that big, they were like, okay, well then now the rest doesn't matter. I was an early investor anyway. You know what I mean? Me being an early investor, not that I was. I wish I was, but I don't think so. I hear stories, I hear legend that we might have somewhere, but I haven't seen it. I don't know. But anyway, that probably won't come until way after. You know, I won't even need it by then anyway. You know, I've already created my own way with my own. But I don't know. My stepdad's father was into it for some reason because he's seen it. Like he's like it's a new currency. He's like, there's some new currency out there. He's like, and then he figured out how to buy it and he bought it. And he probably bought it for less than $10 a coin. However much he bought, I have no clue. But like I said, I haven't seen that either. It's all just a story I've heard. But he was real big in the money markets and exchanging money and money exchange and all this. And he's seen how far it was back tallied and everything. He was like, oh man. He's like, I don't know what this is, but it's a new currency. It's like, I don't know why nobody else sees it. A whole new currency just came out of the ground. Oh yeah. I mean, I already knew that, but I mean, it's fine. Just ask AI. I ain't got time to educate them. 21 million. Okay, you have a currency. Okay, the U.S. dollar. I'll turn this down. The U.S. dollar. There's how many hundreds of trillions of U.S. dollars, right? And then they plan on printing more. Like over, about every 8 years, they're going to double what's there currently. Something like that. And that's going to happen for the next 50 or 100 years or so. I don't know. I don't know the exact numbers on all that. You could ask Jerome Powell. He'll be able to answer you better. But anyway, there's hundreds of trillions of USD, right? Which a trillion, then I think a trillion, it's a big number. It's the number after a billion, right? So to be that big, it's a million, right? It's a million. A million piles of $1 million. If you could imagine how big a pile of $1 million would be. A million piles of $1 million is 1 trillion. Okay? So you have that many dollars times X hundreds, there's hundreds of these trillions of dollars. And on the other side, you have only 21 million. You have one currency where there's only 21 million of, versus the other currency where there's X hundreds of thousands. And then they plan on printing more of. They plan on devaluing the price of. There's already X hundreds of thousands, and they're gonna double it. So you know what I mean. You have X hundreds of thousands times 2 versus 21 million on the other side. And then all that basically goes in a circular. It's like a circular motion. It just goes in a circle all year round. The whole market, it's just money going for a yearly market. Basically, it's just money going around in a circle. But as it does that, it's going to slowly flow into Bitcoin as it's doing its little carousel act. Like a merry-go-round or like a Ferris wheel, right? All the money just going around and doing its little thing on the market. Meanwhile, Bitcoin's been over here. It's just been getting bigger and 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 bigger the whole time. Because there's only 21 million of them versus X hundreds of trillions of dollars. And then they will eventually all find a home in Bitcoin. And then Bitcoin will be the denominator. We'll be able to divide everything on the planet by that 21 million that 21 million pieces will be, this is that much and this is that much. And then basically it gets rid of a bunch of zeros. It gets rid of a fuck ton of zeros, basically. It'll make it easier on the computer. They won't have to have this S symbol and then I think 9, 10 zeros. I think it's going to get rid of like 8 zeros, right? Basically, they don't have to put this S symbol and then a 1 and then 8 zeros. They could just put this B symbol and then a 1, and it would represent. The computer would already know. The computer would already know because we had built this currency. It was originally this big, and we put all this dollar got circulated into it, and we literally we built this currency, and it has a power, it has a backbone. The amount of power it takes to produce a Bitcoin, if you were to create a new one, because you still can for a little while, and you were to create a new one, how much electricity would that take to make a new one, has a market value. So it's, it's all kind of driven in, and then that's the computer decides the price, not mankind trying to decide the price. That's the problem with the dollar itself. It was denoted by man to be equal to 1/20th of an ounce of gold, And then they decided to take it off the gold standard. And then since it already had strength of being worth gold, they were like, okay, well now it's worth oil. It's worth this much in oil. Because it already had a certain amount of strength from being worth gold. It was matched to gold. And then they were like, well, we want to keep our gold, so we're going to go ahead and price it in oil. And then that's why the dollar kind of keeps a little bit of its strength. It didn't just plummet straight down to zero because we decided to reprice it in oil. You know what I mean? But then that just, you know, for a global market on everything, basically, think of the dollar as the denominator currently, right? Anything, you know, you can go to any currency. If you got USD, they'll probably take it. And you can, you know, name your price. Name, you know, like it has the dollar is almost a global denominator for anything you want to go buy. Basically, it'll turn into Bitcoin because there's no nationality behind it. Everybody's free to use it. You know what I mean? There might be certain countries that'll ban their citizens from using it, but they'll probably still be mining it themselves, which will be even more fucked up. But that's dictatorship. That's, you know, that's the other side of things. But yeah, hang on. Let's read some of what's going on here. Shit's a waste of time. Mostly learned more from World of Warcraft, like how economics. Right, and there's a lot you can learn from that. There's a lot of digital commodities that spawned out of like nowhere from video games too. You know what I mean? Think about it. Honestly, sit back and if you play games enough, you probably have something in the game that you think has a real world value. Think about it. Like from Fortnite skins to Call of Duty gun wraps to your account itself. You know what I mean? You think you put so much time into it. It's got a real world value. Pretty sure your viewers go way up when you take your shirt off. It's kind of happening. I gotta wait till later on at night. It's more like, yeah, if it's 2 or 3 a.m., the crowd that might come through at 2 or 3 a.m., they'll come through and troll, you know. Like, ooh, titty boy, you know. Stop showing. Correct. The USD is not. No, it is. It's definitely tied to the oil price. Look up the petrodollar that's existed since 1971. But yeah, it's an oil-backed currency. That's why they basically it was able to hold some strength because it was priced in oil. You know what I mean? Like, well, how much oil? And it was like, well, it's about $3 worth. How much is $3 worth? About this much oil. How much oil is that? $3 worth. You know, it's like who's on first? You know, it's like that's basically what they did. It's like they were like, okay, we want to keep our gold, so we got oil. You got oil. How about if we give you dollars for your oil? And they're like, we can just print more dollars too. So, okay, that's fine. And then later on, when we're the last ones that have oil left, the price of that will be, you know, we'll have the last of it left. We can put whatever price we want on it. You know? Like, we'll be one of the last countries with it left. And then hopefully at that point, we won't even have gas-powered engines. All the gas-powered engines will be in, like, the third and the fourth world countries. Because we would have moved the technology further down the wave here. You know, like this car, if it lasts long enough, could end up in like, you know what I mean? It could end up in the Philippines. I could end up taking it to the Philippines, you know? And then all Americans would have cars that they plug into their house, and all the gas engines would go, you know, they'd go on down the road, you know what I mean? They'd be there until they're not there, and we'd be selling fuel for whatever price we want to slap on it. And then the dollar at the same time wouldn't be worth anything anyway, because we just keep printing more. So, you know, we'd be able to get $20 a gallon for gas, easy. I bet. We'll be selling it by the liter, though. So we'll probably, yeah, I think maybe $10 a liter. $10 a liter would, you know, and that'd be a fair price. I think anything more than that would be insane. You know what I mean? But, you know, we're talking another 20 years, from 20, 30, maybe even further than that, maybe 100 years from now. Because there are some people that are going to drag their they're going to drag their knuckles about their combustion engine because they like the way it feels, you know, rumble and the noise and the you know, but weren't we worried about it looking like a spaceship? Didn't we like them cars that look like spaceships? So if we had a car that was more like a spaceship and didn't have a combustible engine, You know, it would be more like a spaceship then at that point, wouldn't it? Be slowly turning more into a spaceship. So I don't know. So I don't know which way the rednecks are going to go on that. Hopefully they turn into more technologically based people, and they'll see the sense in being able to plug your car into your house, and then just saving that resource to sell to other countries. Why do we really necessarily need to use it? You know what I mean? We can make electric dirt bikes and shit. You know, we already have them. You know what I mean? We have electric dirt bikes that the kids at 12 years old can drive on the street and crash into a car, smack their head on the ground, you know, and then have to get facial reconstruction surgery. I've seen a kid that literally, it wasn't an e-bike, but it was, I think, yeah, it wasn't an e-bike, but it might, let's say it still was, you know, and he was on an e-bike, dirt bike kind of thing, and crashes, busts his head open, you know, because there's no safety regulations on these, you know. That's a whole other story. But anyway, like I said, just some people don't get it. You can't fix stupid, like Ron White said. Some people are just stuck in the old system. I was myself. You know what I mean? You're just so stuck in the fiat system that you can't see through it. You're just so close-minded. You think the dollar is going to save you if you work hard enough for enough of them. It's not going to. It's not coming to save anybody. It's there to screw us out of our time. You know what I mean? It basically, it's theft. The dollar itself is theft itself. I don't know. I'm not explaining it the right way. And plus, wouldn't it be a good thing if we got rid of the dollar? Because isn't there like a slave owner on it? Isn't there like a serial killer slave owner on the $1 bill? As far as I remember. I mean, because I did pay that much of enough. I paid that much of enough attention in history where I remember the guy did kill people because he was a general. He was a general in the army, and you pretty much don't make it to be general unless you've killed people. I would imagine, especially back then too. Back as gruesome as everything was back then, before we had Uzis and automatic weapons and missiles and, you know, boats where we could take them out from 3,000. You know, I'm another 1,000 miles away from your country, and I could take you out right now. You know what I mean? We didn't have boats like that back. It was all gruesome. You know, people were hiding in trees, waiting for someone to walk up underneath and then jump on them and stab them. You know, it was rough, right? So you're telling me he didn't kill anybody to become general? And at the same time, he was a slave owner too, and he's still on our $1 bill today. Why? Can you give me a reason why? Give me a reason why, other than that he was the first president. So it makes sense for him to be on the one, because one for number one. And people are idiots in this country. So we kind of needed that. Because a lot of people, they'd forget that George Washington was the first president if he wasn't on the one. But other than that, out of like a memoriam, tell me why he's on the $1 bill. Like, and he's a fucking serial killing slave owner. Tell me why. And yes, actually, I do. I can show you my track record the entire time I've been on Robinhood, and it's been upward. But anyway, I'm waiting for your answer back. Like, people forget that part too. Like, really, like, we need to replace the dollar. You know, he's waiting for Google to come back with an answer for him. Why should we take a slave owner? What's a good reason that we should have a slave owner on the $1 bill? Google's thinking for like a year. Google cannot come up with an answer. It's thinking. I'll come back in 73. Come back. They invented a supercomputer and they typed in, what is the meaning of life? Come back in 2,000 years. I'll have an answer. Why should we keep a man that's a slave owner on the $1 bill? No, I'm thinking that's what you asked Google. You probably asked Google because you weren't saying anything back for a while. So I assumed you couldn't think of anything to say. So I assumed you were probably using Google, and then Google also couldn't think of anything to say. I was making up, like a little side story idea picture in my head of you trying to do all that, and then Google not being able to come back with a response. And then so I tied it into the Guardians, or not the Guardians, the Hitchhikers of the Galaxy. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Yeah. But anyway, in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, they type in the computer or whatever, and then the computer's like, come back in 2,000 years, and it says 72. It's like, they're like, what? You had to be there, man. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's a dude that's actually homeless himself and doesn't have a car. That's what I think it is. He's got a lot of free time to be able to do this. But it's crazy. I've got more than one enemy like that already. That they're homeless themselves and they're jealous because they don't have a car. Sorry. There's a lot of people living in their car. It's, I don't know, man. It's really not even that I'm homeless. It's just the price on shit. I'm not like a homeless person. It's insane how much they want for the price on this shit. Like, I don't mind paying something, but the prices that they want on shit, it's just absurd. It's, you know what I mean? If I was making $1,000 a week, then yeah, it'd be no problem. I could cover $2,000 a month for rent. Maybe. If that was like everything was $2,000 a month, because I'm making $4,000. So 50% of my pay is going to housing, electric, Netflix, and the internet. Basically, you know what I mean? 50%. If I was making $1,000 a week, but just how do I do that? You got some kind of, you got some job you want to offer me. You want to pay me $1,000 a week to do, But again, I only want 32 hours. I'm sorry. I want $1,000 on the 32 hours, and then that could be before taxes. It don't have to be after taxes. You know what I mean? And then yeah, if you need me to work more than 32, I'm gonna need time. We're gonna have to discuss that out, figure out what the hourly rate is on the 1,000 divided by the 32. You know what I mean? And then we'll figure out that times that plus but a half. You know what I mean? And that would be how much I'd make for the other 8 while you work me for the 40 per week. You know what I mean? I really don't think it's that bad. I mean, based on the system that we currently have, I'm not really asking for that much. I'm just saying, can Mondays be optional? And they could just be a second Sunday every week? And honestly, I think anybody that's working a Monday, you're working an office kind of job type of thing, you'd be like, yeah, that does, yeah. I'd vote for that guy. Honestly, if Trump was saying stuff like that, he would have got votes he would have got even more votes if he was saying stuff like that. Honestly, think about it. But yeah, I think this next time around, it's going to be Rubio versus Kamala. So get ready for that one, because it'll be a steaming pile of shit sandwich either way you vote. Kamala versus Rubio. We're going to get fucked either way, I could already see it. You'd see it happening too, I bet, now that I said that. Yeah. Or if we're lucky, it might be Kamala versus JD Vance. Which, I think honestly Rubio would probably, because he's Hispanic, and I'm not throwing shade with that. I'm saying that he would get more voters versus JD Vance, who looks like a white Klingon, His face and everything, like the Klingon brow. Just a white Klingon guy looking over here. Like, you look at Trump hard enough, he looks Romulan. Like his ears, the way his ears are, his orange skin. Trump kind of looks Romulan to me. I can show you what I mean. I'll show you what I mean. As soon as I show you, you'll see what I mean. Romulan from Star Trek. But it's not a Romulan. It's not, no, it's not Romulan. That's not it. It's not it. Hang on. It's the Finnick, the Fringelli or something like that. Fringelli race from Star Trek. No, okay, yeah, okay. Okay, yeah. This is Trump's alien race. Trump is a descendant of this alien race. Right? Tell me that's not Trump. Tell me that's not Trump. Tell me that Trump is not a descendant of one of those. You know what I mean? What's your argument? What the hell is that? Anyway, man, Humpday Hangout. You made a small fortune on the Vote Kanye board. I mean, yeah, I think anybody could make a fortune selling some Vote Kanye merch. Free Diddy. You know, you could sell Free Diddy t-shirts, you know what I mean? Free Diddy. On the side of the road selling these Free Diddy shirts today. Free Diddy shirts. $100 a piece. $100 a piece. Free Diddy shirt. $100 Free Diddy shirt. Alright, we're hanging, man. But yeah, I'm trying to live like Buddha, man. I don't know, just get this little bit, you know, go work hard and get this little bit as fast as I can while I'm still young, and then not have to worry about it after that, because I only need just a little bit. Go work real hard, get this little bit real quick, and then just watch everybody go crazy trying to get more than they actually need. It's kind of some of it, man. It's like, men, you go to work and you come home, and then you know your wife, she goes out. I don't know. I see it happen with like military wives, in particular. You know, the man's out there, he's doing a thing in the military, and the military wife, she's at home. She's trying to stop herself from going out and spending your money all damn day. You're going out and working for it, and then she's just chilling at the house. You're overseas in the military working for it. She's just chilling at the house, trying to keep herself from going bored, from not working, not spending trying not to go to the store and spend all your money on stupid shit for the house. You know, it's like how many ex-military guys, they have a house full of random fucking decorations and shit. All this random shit their wife keeps coming back to the store with. What'd you spend money on that for? I don't know. Looking places where I'm going to get haircuts. I don't know, man. I don't know. I haven't heard any places. I don't see, like, none of these barber shops say they, you know, free haircuts if you're homeless. None around here, at least. Maybe in bigger cities or something like that. There might be a church, maybe. But I'm thinking about getting some dreadlocks, man. Think about it. Listen, follow me on this, right? If I get dreadlocks, right? If I get dreadlocks, it doesn't matter where I'm working. It'll just matter that I'm working or not. Think about it. If I grew out my hair and then put it in dreadlocks, right? People wouldn't care. It wouldn't be like, oh, what do you do for work? It wouldn't matter. It would just matter that I'm working or if I'm jobless. So you know what I mean? I'm thinking about doing it. Just growing my hair out and getting, dreadlocking it out, and then, like I said, it wouldn't matter where I'm working at that point. It just would matter. Like, you have a job? I'm like, yeah. Oh, okay, all right. I can't get mad at you then. Like, oh yeah, I got dreads. I drive for Uber, man. Yeah, look it. Basically, just drive around, smoke weed all day, bring people food. Another idea that'll never happen. And why does it matter, man? Why does it actually matter? You know what I mean? It shouldn't matter if I get dreads or not. That's what I'm saying. That's how fucked up it is, though. It's like, if I had dreads, nobody would care where I'm working. It would just be whether I'm working or not. Like, flat out. That's the sad part. And you already know that, too. That's why you didn't try to argue that point. No, he's alright. He's entertainment. Because I already have 85,000. Like, you don't seem to understand a retirement fund. Like, you don't understand. Like, once it's converted into Bitcoin, I'm trying to leave it. And like, once I've taken the fiat and converted it into Bitcoin, I plan on keeping it in the Bitcoin. There's like, if I'm gonna withdraw $30 to get a haircut, it's because the store accepts Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? If I can go into a barbershop and they accept Bitcoin for the haircut, then I might just to help the circular economy with Bitcoin and all that. You know what I mean? Just because it'd be nice to see a place that accepts Bitcoin. I might pull out my Bitcoin wallet and just go ahead and pay in Bitcoin. I'm all for women making more money than men. It's not going to stop our government from printing more if they need it anyway. When the government needs more money, they'll just print it. I don't get why they think it's a trickle-down system at all. I really don't. You give the money to the people on top. They keep it. They don't give it to nobody. They try to reinvest it. They try, you know what I mean? They're not trying to give it to nobody. It's obviously a trickle-up system, which Bitcoin kind of allows that to happen more frequent. It's a better option for a system that actually operates on a trickle-up type of ecosystem, because it's meant to trickle up. On the meantime, don't you want to clean up a bit? Don't you want to clean up a bit? Sorry, I'm just making sure I read that the right way. On the meantime, comma. I don't know why you put a comma there, but you couldn't put an I instead of an O in on. But anyway, but you put a comma there. You took the time to put a comma there. but you didn't take the time to spell in the right way. I'm just boiling down your psychology a little bit there. You know what I mean? Sorry. I don't really care. I mean, the whole concept of this channel is it's a real dude. It's a real dude doing a real struggle, you know, raw, nitty-gritty, homeless, you know, rough content type of thing. I don't think it really matters exactly what I look like. You know what I mean? Well, to some extent. But I've seen YouTubers that straight look like way less attractive than me. You know what I mean? I at least look like a cub. You know what I mean? Like if a gay guy that likes other guys, I'm not a bear. I would be a cub. You know what I mean? I'm like the perfect cub almost. But I'm not a bear. Not a bear. I might be a bear when I'm 50. You know what I mean? But I'd still be a little baby bear. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna be a cub for life. If I was gay, I'd have an amazing sex life because I'm a cub. You know what I mean? I don't know if you understand that, but maybe. Anyway, I think eventually there'll be 1,000 gay guys that'll subscribe because they're like, oh man, this guy's cute. You know what I mean? And then there might be a handful of women that subscribe on the same premises too. You know what I mean? It's just a matter of finding the 1,000 people amongst the billions of people there are on the planet, which is not that, you know, in odds of everything. I feel it's only a matter of time, man. It's only a matter of time. I think one thing that's hurting me is I bash women too much. And here in this country, they're working just as hard as we are. They honestly, man, they're putting in more sweat and tears than we are right now. Us as men, we're just kind of sitting back watching what happens. We're waiting to see, you know, how much do women actually take control of? Because they were already in control to begin with. You know what I mean? They just wanted to go make money for themselves. We tried to keep them out of it. We tried to let them know. So it's just a fight for resources. That's all we're doing. We're just leaving the house every day and then trying to fight each other for the resources that we have left. We tried to tell them that too, but they still wanted to go to, you know, they wanted us to split the resource of money in half and give half to them, you know, which is fair. It's just life. Trying to understand your psychology. Right, because you stopped to, like, okay, again, you stopped to put a comma. For some reason, you stopped to put both a comma and then a question mark at the end. But you didn't also read it to read that it said on the meantime. Because I get onto you all the time for that. Like, dude, you need to think twice and then speak or type once. Because if you're typing quicker than your brain is actually processed. You're trying to, at least, and you can tell it by these spelling errors. Like, because you're not even taking a second to reread what it is you just typed before you hit enter. Even after somebody half your age has pointed that out numerous times, you still keep doing that. I'm really trying to understand that. I don't understand. But yet you took the time to put a comma and a question mark, but you didn't take the time to reread it to see that it says on, not in. And in a sentence that short, it's not like you were that lazy that you didn't read a sentence that fucking short to see that you were fucking dumb as fuck. That's what I'm saying. I didn't want to get that rude when I was processing all that out the first time, but it didn't fucking make any sense in my head, man. It's not really an anger thing. It's just like, you're fucking stupid, bro. Like, I don't know how you don't seem to pick that up yet. Like, you know, you're basically here for additional entertainment. You understand that, right? I thought you did, because maybe you don't. So I'll just go ahead and tell you that right now, because you don't seem to catch on. Woo. Right. it's not like, and he thinks it's angry. No, it's me trying to point out how stupid that sentence was. You know what I mean? I'm trying to point out your thought process on all of that, which I don't know enough about psychology where I could really pry all of that apart. You know, because I know other people, they probably could have. They probably could have gave you a life story about yourself that you didn't even know, but would all be factual. You know, you'd sit there and be like, wow, how in the fuck? Whoa. How do they know all that from just asking me 3 questions really quick? They tell you shit about yourself that you didn't even fucking know. But as soon as you hear it from someone else, you'd be like, yeah, that makes complete sense. But really, what we know about psychology, we've only really been looking at psychology for the last 150 years or so anyway. What we know of psychology is really just an expansion of the English language a little bit, to be certain. You know what I mean? We're just expanding more on words. We're creating more English words and calling it psychology at this point. Basically, is what we're doing, because everybody is their own case. Some people want to argue and be like, well, yeah, we all have the same brain, but we're just, as humans, as humanity, we have the same brain, we're just in different shaped bodies. But it's not exactly the case either. But anyway. What we got here? What? 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 Stone Cold E.T. He wants to hear Stone Cold E.T. We got it. Here we go. I hear you loud and clear. Stone Cold E.T. Stone Cold E.T. About to whoop some ass. Give me a hell yeah. If you're ready to eat, Stone Cold E.T. Alright, hang on, I gotta find it. There we go.
Stars and the moon tonight, pedaling my bicycle into the pale moonlight. Got my leather vest on and my fingers glow red with the spirit of the rattlesnake inside of my head. I'm rolling to the speaker with a hunger so deep. Got promises of sliders that I'm aiming to keep. I don't want no phone home. I want a sack of the best. Put the flavor of the castle to a cosmic test. Give me a hell, yeah, if you're ready to eat. Stone Cold E.T. is taking over the street. I'm gonna whoop some ass, then I'll pull to the light, because that's the bottom line for the alien tonight. Yeah, that's the bottom line for the alien tonight. I'm squawking at the box, but the kid can't hear. He says, sir, please repeat, and I'm blicking my gear. I said, listen here, you trash talking space waste punk. I want 30 cheeseburgers and a trunk full of junk. I've been riding this bike long and hard through the sky like a Texas rattlesnake who is ready to fly. He asked for my order for the 17th time. I said, look at my finger, that's the bottom line. I'm fighting off the robots and the men in black suits, stomping through the galaxy in my wrestling moves. All starting in the Galactic Federation fool, and I'm heading to the window cause the snacks are cool. I'm a 3-foot legend with a heart of pure stone. I ain't looking for a signal or a way to get home. Just hand me
No,
the
this isn't
bag and
Alabama.
don't make a sound or I'll run this whole drive through straight to the ground. Give me hell, yeah, if you're ready to eat. Stone Cold E.T. is taking over the street. I'm gonna whoop some ass, then I'm going to the light, because that's the bottom line for the alien tonight. Yeah, that's the bottom line for the alien tonight. I got my burgers and my bike and a cosmic plan. I'm the toughest little creature in the garbage can. White Castle sliders in the basket today. Stone Cold Stevie T is paving the way.
No, see, that's the part that you're missing. You're really the part that you're missing. It is a smoke session and hangout talk about whoever. That's the part that you're missing.
Wait, was that HBK? Coming down the ramp in an old Corolla, the baddest man to ever cross the Florida border. Stone cold in the scene, he's the designated hitter, while the monkey's stacking sacks, making every hater bitter. It's a royal rumble in the Everglades heat, two outlaws together, yeah, they're bringing the beat. He's running Uber with a stone cold stare, like a DLC match, man, you better beware. Clocking in the pot shop, looking for a sign, but don't ask about your car, cause he's drawing the line. He's the Florida swamp monkey, the king of the mud, with the heart of a champion and swamp water blood. He's raising up hell in a Toyota frame, stacking up the Bitcoin and the doge in his name. Swamp monkey, what? Swamp monkey, what? Turning up the system cause the swamp monkey said so. From the Uber night drive to the Monday night raw, he's the only man alive.
You didn't think I'd have a song to come back with it, did you?
A stunner for the skeptics, a suplex for the red living
What?
life at 110%. The bull run is coming, the nitro is high. Watch the monkey and the rattlesnake take to the sky. He's the swamp monkey, the king of the mud, with the heart of a champion and swamp water blood. He's raising up hell in a Toyota frame, stacking up the Bitcoin and the doge in his name. Swamp monkey, what? Swamp monkey, what? Tearing up the system cause the swamp monkey said so. Stone cold shotgun, monkeys at the wheel, and that's the bottom line. Oh shit, I think that old guy was Shawn Michaels.
Hell yeah, man. We're close, man. Sooner or later, like I said, sooner or later the car's gonna turn into a nightclub. And we're just gonna chill until then. I need a breather. Been a good hangout so far. 2.5 hours. But yep, you're here now, man. You gotta come back for the Saturday show. And the Saturday show, man, it gets even more wild, man. I'm trying to get to the point, man. Maybe have the Saturday show be like 2 people. Me and Crunk running the Saturday show. Like I said, I'm thinking. Loco pretty much said, man, he's like, man, you need to come up here, come over here. So I'm thinking about doing it because I bet I can at least, like, while I'm there for that month or whatever I'm hanging out, I can get Crunk to pop into a few shows. And then, I get him to do it a couple of times, and then he might, he might want to call, do a call, he'll call in while I'm on the Saturday show. At least I can get him to do that. We'll figure it out, man. I bet, man, if me and Crunk were doing this show together, there'd already be a 50-person audience, man. Honestly, man. It's just like there'd be 50 or 100 people watching, probably already. Because Crunk, man, he's just got that personality, man. Yeah. Like I said, I'm gonna try and talk him into it, one way or another, man. like I said, I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna hang out with him. Like you said, he'll put me up on the couch for about 3 months or so. I'm gonna only do it for a month. But yeah, do it for a month, and then pretty much on the Saturday show, I'll get him, you know, whether he wants to physically be in the show or not, I'll make him. I won't make him physically be in the show, but yeah, we'll get him on comms, in the show. He's worried about being broadcast. He don't want to say the wrong thing, being drunk or whatever. But yeah, I don't know, man. Anything you say, if you're I don't know, man. We talk on a headset, and that's already being broadcast anyway. You know what I mean? Just broadcasting to a little bit more people. Whoa! 4 o'clock. Oh, come on now. He was having fun. How does he clean his clothes? Where do you think I clean my clothes, man? Like, no, I just wear a shirt until I can't anymore. That's what we did in the olden days, man. You just basically just wear a pair of jeans until, like, I can't anymore. And then I get another pair of jeans for free at one of these thrift stores. It's hot, man. I can't help it. It's probably still 80 degrees outside. I don't want to just be running it's still over 80 degrees outside. I don't want to just be running the fucking AC, burning through my gas. I need some of it for tomorrow. I didn't make any money today. I was logged on for like 10 hours, but didn't actually make anything. It's sad, you know, it's just like that. It was like we had 2 Tuesdays this week or something. Yeah, man, look, this is what I made today. 2 trips. I ran 2 trips. I made enough money for gas and lunch to run 2 deliveries. That's fine with me. You know what I mean? It's alright. If I would, like I said, if I wasn't behind currently, like, you know, it would be fine. That's all I would really need to make each day. But, you know, I could go in here, I could show you. That's how much I made last week. I didn't even work at all on Wednesday. I made over $500. Barely did anything on Saturday. Didn't work at all Wednesday. Made over 550, almost 550 bucks. Week before, almost another 400, another 500 almost. 2 days I didn't do anything, basically. Another $500 week. Another $500 week. 300. I didn't do much that week. Almost another $500 week. Almost another $500 week. $400 week. $200 week. $500 week. $600 week. $600 week. $750 week. You know what I mean? There's money to make on it, but there wasn't today. That's just how it happens. But I've already made $250 this week, and the week started on Monday. You know what I mean? I made $250 already this week, and then we're not even halfway through the week as far as Uber's concerned. We're not even halfway through the week yet. So I'm on pace for the $500 a week that I normally make. It just wasn't a good day today. And it's hot. If I was on the beach right now, I'd probably be coming out of the water. On the beach. I should have went. It would have been nice. What time we got? Midnight? I should probably get out of this parking lot because the cops might be coming here shortly. But yeah,
Normal voltage.
I appreciate that, Honda.
Waiting connection.
Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I push enough. I'm pushing enough.
Bluetooth
Just
connection
I don't need to
success.
set myself up with more bills than I've got an interest in. I don't know. I really don't like making money anyway, right? I just have to. You know what I mean? And so really, I'm not trying to set myself up with a bunch of bills where I have to make more money than I have to. Because that doesn't make any fucking sense to me.
Normal voltage. Waiting connection. Bluetooth connection success.
And people from Florida are different from people that are just a Florida resident too. You know what I mean? You'll see the world different. You'll see the world differently just because you were actually born. You were a Florida native versus somebody that came here in their teens or came here as an adult later. I don't know, here's some road while I'm driving. But yeah, we're already up to 8 likes on this video. Hell yeah, man. Double tap the screen if you haven't already. What we got? It was so bright in the parking lot. I thought I was. No, that's just Tractor Supply. But no, yeah, this channel, man, it's well on its way, man. I got half of the view time that I need. So just, everything that everybody's put into it, we got to do that one more time. You know what I mean? And then the channel will be monetized, and then YouTube should be better about trying to recommend me to new people because I'll actually be employed by them at that point. It's weird. But that's the way I'm seeing it, at least, because like they have other creators that they have to put forward because they pay them. They're like, they're employees. I'm not even really technically a YouTube employee yet, so they're not really trying to advertise me. But it's a cool enough show. It's a cool enough show. I've got there's somewhat of a captive audience here, and I think if they were to advertise me even just a little bit, imagine having there's like 12 guys all hanging out here. Maybe a couple of chicks too. Like 8 guys and 4 chicks. And then a couple of chicks are actually talking in the chat or whatever. Maybe we can only dream, right? having a chick moderator. Like a chick moderator, and then she also puts like 100 hours a week into being a part of the channel and shit. Which is, because I'm only live for about 50 or 60. If somehow I got a fan putting 100 hours a week into watching, and I'm only live for like 50 or 60, that's a good ass fan, Yeah, Honda, man, he wants me to do a 24-hour stream. I might at some point. I have to think of something big, some reason I can do that. Yeah, I think this time of night, if I was delivering this time of night, it might be pretty slick, but this town, I think they've only got like one restaurant. I think only Taco Bell would be the only place I could get an order for. Alright, I had to flip the camera real quick. I'm going to a secret location. I'm going to flip it back on the road here in a second. I'll show you a little bit more. So it's a secret location that I'm heading to right now. I want to show you which way I'm going right now. Keep you guessing. Looks like I'm gonna pass this light. It's like a really bright light. Alright. Place your bets now. No. Could be anywhere. The signal probably booted out. It's showing me LTE. It's not showing me 5G anymore. Where I'm going isn't too far from the city, so hopefully the signal's not too bad. But it showing me any kind of 5G is bad. I deserve 5G. I pay for 5G. I expect 5G. Especially being on the Verizon network. Kind of looks like a spaceship. I can't tell you how many times I've heard an older redneck man say, you know, I bought it because I think, doesn't it kind of look like a spaceship? The way the tail lights are. They're always worried about the way the back of the car looking like a spaceship. I want it to look like a spaceship when I'm driving away. It's like, well, then just build a spaceship. What do you got this bullshit in between for? Sitting there playing with fucking rubber tires and lights to make it look like a spaceship. Just make a spaceship. Sorry, it's a private location. I don't want to show y'all. But I don't think the car is going to turn into a night. If I go, that's the only part. If I go here, I can't turn the car into a nightclub. I think the signal's okay though. Yeah, it should be alright. How about Tesla truck design? They look like bugs. Something, man. They look weird, man. Both the cars, they look like some kind of like Nazi renderization, you know, like, I don't know, the way the sedans look like some kind of Nazi sedan wagon type of looking thing. And then the truck, yeah, he was trying too hard to make it look futuristic. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if he was aiming to make it look like a military vehicle because he thought he was going to get a military contract through doing it, you know, or so he wanted to make it look like a military vehicle, so that way he could catch that contract with them. But maybe that contract didn't actually go through for whatever reason or another. I don't know. That's what it almost looks like. Like he planned on being able to mass produce it through the military and everything. Because it almost does. It has like Hummer vibes, you know, like space age Hummer looking type of vibe. I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, Humvee look. Yeah, you get it. But this is where I came. Now that I'm here, I'll show y'all. I'm gonna park right here. Alright, see this sign? No parking from here to boat ramp. No parking from here to boat ramp. You see me parking to the opposite side of that arrow. Boom. And I'm good. And then hang on, I'm gonna show y'all the coolest part of this place. Look, this is Chris Farley status out here, watch. Oh, shut up. Anyway, Chris Farley. I'm Chris Farley Jr. Could you imagine coming down here with a van? Just coming down here with a van, just parking, hanging out. Even got like a cool ass hippie chick, that hangs out with you in the van and stuff too. Just the two of you come out here and hang out. Stick your feet in the water off the end of this dock. You can't really see much out here right now because it's dark. It's all just pitch black. Maybe. No, that doesn't do anything. Anyway, got the flashlight on if that helped at all. I don't think so. But you can hear how loud all the bullfrogs are and everything out here. You get a pretty good view of the stars and everything. But anyway, yeah, it's just like a little perfect little spot. Pull up on the side of the road and take a nap. And since it's not the weekend, I don't have to worry about anybody coming to put their boat in the water here. Well, there probably be a couple people. There always are people that like to go fish early as fuck in the morning because they're not lazy, you know. Like, we get up at 4:30, we'll put our boat on the water and get out there and sit for 6 hours because we ain't lazy. So I ain't lazy. I get up at 4 a.m. and get my boat out on the water. I'm on my boat before 5:30. I'm out there, and I'll hang out the boat till at least noon. But I get it. That's retirement for some people. But anyway, it's life for me now. And then, like, over there, that house right there, shit, you know, because they're waterfront. You know what I mean? They're waterfront, basically. And then they got a decent amount of property. The house is up there. And then they have this whole, this whole property. They got their own private dock over there and everything. But shit, that's probably $1 million house. And then I'm just parked right across the street for free. It's got to be a little bit of annoying. But, I mean, there ain't nothing, not breaking any law or parking and hanging, going to take a nap in the back of my car. And then you can see I'm past the sign. I don't have to worry about that. Past the sign. But those lights up there, that's the house. And then they have this whole property. So they probably got a whole acre of land, something like that. Anyway. I'm just married. Oh no, it says Florida Swamp Monkey. Can't see what's on the front. No parking. It is dark. Can't see what's on the front. Yeah. And then the mosquitoes aren't even too bad out here either. You'd think there'd be an F load of mosquitoes. But no, they're alright. They hang out. They do their thing. Anyway, this is one of the places I take. I come and take a nap here. Nobody really fucks with me. More or less, there are people that come down here, they walk. Like people that live in the neighborhood or whatever, they come down here and walk. And they eyeball the shit out of me. But they don't do anything. Some of them get like really close to my car. They'll be like this close to my car as they're walking by doing whatever they're doing. I'm like, dude, why do you need, like, just stay back a little bit, you know? Like, why are you all up on my shit like that? You know, so I thought about writing, taking with the marker and writing on the front window real big, I have COVID. Just like, I have COVID, as big as I can across the front window. And then hopefully people would stay like 10 feet away from my, you know what I mean? They would stay like a whole 10 feet away from my car. Just because it says, I have COVID, as big as I can write on the front windshield. Which I bet would work to some extent. Oh, man. Yeah, 3-hour mark coming around the corner. Anyway, man. They always want me to run test. Run test. Run test. I'm going to go ahead and send my money over. Send it to the actual bank account and get it spent. $244. And then I'm going to go to the bank account. I already made a payment on one credit card. I'm going to go ahead and make a payment on the other credit card while I'm thinking about it. And then that's my 2 bills. Both of my bills for the month have technically already been paid. I won't have to worry about them until it starts saying June on my phone. When it starts saying June on my phone, then I'll have to make another payment. It's crazy how fast the months are going by, man. It's nuts, man. It's driving me crazy, at least. Before you just got the money together to pay for 1 month, and now it's a whole nother month. Alright, so 100 minus 100, 361 or something like that. So I can make a payment. $200. Regular payment, $200. Confirm. Alright, good enough. And then I'm left with some cash still if I need it for anything. If there's something that comes up. Because they're not letting me swipe the card right now. I don't know. For some reason or other. I don't know. The one card, it won't let me even use it. So I got to make sure I hold on to some actual money. So if I need to pay for an emergency tire or something, I've got it in my actual bank account to pay for it. I don't have the card to swipe for that. That's stupid. I have COVID as big as I can on the front window of the car. We'll see people probably stay like 10 feet away from the car, I bet. People that read it, people that see it coming around from the front of the car, they'll see it and they'll be like, oh no, just stay away from him. I don't need COVID again. Battery's pretty good. But yeah, man, I mean, like I said, a lot of the lives I found out I gotta take the lives, I gotta post them to the channel. If I don't post the live to the channel, I don't get any of the time, like none of it. None of it. Not even the viewers that were here live when they were live. While they were live, the people that are here hanging out. None of that gets calculated if I don't post the live to the channel. So that being said, all of the lives that I've ever done pretty much are on the channel available if you want to review them. And then even just putting on a 4-hour live stream if you're not even watching it, it's a good 4 hours of time the channel gets. You know what I mean? I was doing that with my other phone. I basically fell asleep with this phone watching the live stream. It was like an 11-hour live stream. I'm like, I'm gonna wake up and it won't even be done. So I was like, that's cool. I'm gonna get 8 hours of while I'm sleeping, I'll get 8 hours of view time from watching this live stream from yesterday. I don't know. And it did put me to sleep really fast too. I was like, but I've been tired a lot. Throwing a lot more energy into being live. Not too much more energy, but yeah. I'm live for a lot longer now. There's some days I'm live for like 16 hours of the day, just straight up on live for like 16 hours that day. You know what I mean? But yeah, like I know I'm at this point I don't want to Uber drive without being live, and I know like my town, man, the Uber's so slow. It's it's more or less just people coming and going throughout the day. But even that's cool. You know what I mean? I'm here sitting here live while I'm Uber driving, and the fans that are, fans that want to pop in and say hello, I'm on. Like it's almost like being in a video game or something. Like this dude that's always hanging out in the town center. He's like anytime you get online, that guy's online. And it's like anytime you go on, like basically anytime you get on YouTube, this guy's live. I don't know. There's just this little bit where he's sleeping. Other than that, this guy's live. Like always on YouTube. I don't know. But yeah, eventually I'll find people. Man, there's like another guy. He just lives in his car, and I think he's got like 50 or 60K subscribers. There's a lot of people that their whole channel is just them living in their car. And I don't want my channel to just be that. My channel's Florida Swamp Monkey. You know what I mean? It's just that I'm living in my car right now. You know what I mean? But yeah, for a while, I mean, I'm getting some good content out of being an Uber driver at the same time, because I wouldn't know what to really make videos on. If it, because I don't know, my life's not really that interesting. You know what I mean? Just kind of more or less just IRL streaming for some friendship, some brotherhood, some fellowship, I guess. I don't know. Just like that day we were doing 24-hour stream, it was just two of us after that. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like I get to the point I get tired, I'll go ahead and lay down, and then I'll have like 3 viewers just watching me lay down for about an hour until they're like, all right, I'm gonna log off. But yeah, I was thinking about it, man. But the car, I don't want to wake up and then not be able to, the car won't fire up either. You know what I mean? I'm starting to get more and more worried about that. And this phone takes a lot of the car battery to charge this phone up. Put this phone up to where it needs to go. Both are charging. This is at 100 now. Alright, so this phone, I'm going to go ahead and shut this phone off because I don't need it for nothing. Well, yeah, I should be able to just use my memories. I won't have to watch a video. I should be able to just use my memories. But I'm going to go ahead and shut this phone off for the night, because I need to charge this power bank.
Bluetooth disconnect. Waiting connection.
That's right, man. Now I can't do the DJ shit. No nightclub tonight. I wasn't going to anyway, because I don't want these people across the street to be calling the cops. They'll get too handy with that. But anyway, I'll charge this up all night. have this charging all night. And then this phone, it's charging right now. But yeah, once it'll be fully charged once I end the live stream, basically. And then, yeah, and it should be fine. But the car battery will charge up this power bank for a good couple hours while I'm sleeping. It'll be plugged in, charging up. Because it takes a while to charge this bank. It does. It could take like 8 hours. And I've got plenty to drink. This whole drink is basically full. So when I wake up in the morning, I'll have something to drink already. And I've been sipping on this Baja Blast. Oh, shit. Hang on, let me go ahead and put these on. Alright, well, that light's a little bright. But I've been sipping on this Baja Blast. So I still got enough of the Baja. I can go to sleep with this, I'll have that much to drink to, sip on until I fall asleep. And then wake up in the morning and have this whole other drink ready to go. I can start the day with. Because usually if I run out of drink overnight, first thing I got to do in the morning is go chase down some fluid. But yeah, I got basically I'm drinking on this, and then I got the backup drinks. When I wake up tomorrow, I can just head into town and start waiting for Uber orders. But yeah, usually I'm doing live horizontal from like 12 till 9 horizontally, and then I'm still gonna do the vertical, Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday shows like I've been doing. And then pretty much the Monday and Wednesday, I throw in that advertisement. Hey, the Saturday show. If you came here tonight, you like what you see tonight, you got to come back for the Saturday show because I'm gonna be drunk. You know what I mean? But anyway, it helps it sometimes. Some of it. Anyway, that's all it is, man. That's all it is. But yeah, I'm trying to do like that Dr. Disrespect thing. Got like a little on-screen look. Like an on-screen look that you have whenever you're on, like Dr. Disrespect kind of thing. I don't know. I'll get a little leather jacket and shit. Leather vest. Yeah, it's coming though. A bright yellow leather vest. It's coming. I got it on Amazon. It was only like $67 or something like that. So I had to get it just because it looked like a sign. It looked like, bright leather vest. Bright yellow leather vest matches these sunglasses perfectly. Matches the sunglasses. I'll have this bright leather vest on and everything. Bulletproof vest, but it's bright yellow. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's the Florida Swamp, okay. I'll be shirtless, but have the bright leather bulletproof vest on, And like I said, it was $67, and I was like, that's a sign if I've ever seen one. Anyway, so imagine you going to pubs and it's just you, and it's just like 2 people. Wait, imagine you going to pubs and it's just like 2 people came by. What? Wait, I'm trying to read that. Hang on. Yeah, like it's just 2 of us in there. Just like that day you were doing 24-hour stream, and just 2 of us in there after that. Going to pubs, it's like 2 people. Something like that. Going into a bar, there's just 2 people in the bar. Yeah, I don't know. That might be a pretty cool. That's a bar I'd hang out at. I wouldn't want to go to a bar where there's like 50 people in there. Like, hell no. Look at the crowd they have. You know what I mean? I'd rather go to the bar that has like 2 people. And it's just like 2 regulars. You know what I mean? 2 regulars just sitting there bullshitting about their day. The 50 people bar, there'd be a fight probably. A couple people don't like each other. They still have to keep going to the same bar though. They to prove their point. I'm like, yeah, I know she's gonna be there, but I've been going to that bar longer than her. So if anybody needs to stop going there, it's gonna be her. I've been going to this bar since before COVID. She's only been going here. She just came like 6 months ago. Stupid woman bullshit. fucking, and then the women want to start fighting, and then, and then the woman want to go, I don't know, she screwing around with this guy, and then go screwing around with this guy, and then the two guys are fighting, fucking, that's what goes down at a 50-person bar. Yeah, I'd rather go to the bar that's got like two guys in there, like, one bartender might even be one of those guys, but you know what I mean, there might be three people, or there might still be two because one of them's the bartender. Yeah, that's a good bar though. I need to get a different hat so I can cover up my bald. Yep. Anyway, getting old, man. Old man with tattoos. Old man with tattoos. Old dudes with tattoos. Old dudes with tattoos. Pretty soon I'll be an old dude with tattoos. Old dude with tattoos. And then I'll be attractive. It'd be crazy, man. Like how many women like think that old guys are like old ass men. Old men are hot. Not like 70. But there'd be some women that think 70-year-old men are hot. It's crazy. But no, I'm thinking I don't know, I was talking about this girl earlier I used to work with. She was like 19 at the time. And she had this super duper huge crush on this other dude. And I don't know. I was trying to talk to her, but it wasn't nothing like super duper serious. It was just more or less we might have could have had fun after work on a Saturday or something. But anyway, yeah, she was like really into this old dude. This old guy was like 37 years old. She's like 19. And then dude, he didn't really even like, he wasn't a bad looking dude. Not trying to break him down or nothing. But he wasn't, he's not really like a good looking guy either. But still, I'm like looking at the girl. I'm like, you're fucking. I'm like, what? Like, what are you talking to this guy for? You know what I mean? Like, you're 19. I don't know. Like, what are you talking to this guy for? I don't know. But yeah, it'd be sick sometime. One of these girls being like 50-year-old wrinkly ass men. You're like, why? That's what you want on top of you? Like that's what you want to have on top of you? That shirt is dead. Yeah, that shirt's dead. I can't get another day out of that shirt. Whew. Y'all don't get to see that. Hang on now. That'll be alright. Oh, old dudes with tattoos. Alright. See if I can get in here now. Oh God. My joints. Oh, my aching testicles. Oh. All right. Oh. Oh. Close this door, and we're good. All right, we're in. Oh man, waiting on this fan to start doing its job. Banging out. No, we're good. We're good, man. We're good. We're good, man. I'm alright. We're good. We're in here. Made it. Another down. Hopefully another day closer to that woman, wisen up. I can only dream. All right. Anyway, fan's working. My feet stink. My feet and shoes stink. We're doing good. After a while, you get used to the smell, and you're like, the smell's not there. It's a particular smell that you're used to smelling, and then the smell's not there. You're like, oh man, I don't know. It's weird. It's a swamp monkey thing. You get used to a particular smell after a while from living in your car. If that's like that smell becomes familiar. That's like the smell of home. You smell a certain smell, a smelly smell that smells smelly. Yeah, like a swamp musk. You get it? Yeah. It mostly comes from these shoes. Oh shit. Because sometimes, man, sometimes my feet be sweating more than the rest of my body. It's crazy, man. Sometimes my feet, they're just like soaked for no reason. The rest of me is fine. Like, I might be leaking out of my forehead a little bit, but then my feet, like, my shoes are wet. People keep coming and going. Yeah, I'm not really trying to make new subscribers right now at this moment, It's okay. It's fine. Yeah, fucking just hanging out, man. What's that? Just swamp musk. Yeah. Oh, man, what a day. Fucking, man, Uber's been getting bad, man. I don't know what it is, man. God damn. I try to picture it's like the universe. It's the universe fighting me back before I make it. You know what I mean? The universe just trying to test me one more time right before it actually happens. But, yeah, man. But yeah, man, I don't know. I might even could just use YouTube to even I don't know if I get some kind of $1 million invention idea or something. Cause it happens, dude. At different points. I'm like, oh man, this is crazy. Why am I thinking of it? It'd be crazy. I don't know. I don't know, man. Just stupid stuff too. Like putting a coffee maker into the fridge. Right? Like it's stupid. It's a stupid idea, but it'd be a brilliant idea at the same time. Like the fridges that have like the water dispenser built into the door of the fridge, right? Imagine you put a whole Keurig machine into that door of that fridge. You can get water or you can get coffee, right from that, right? You imagine having a coffee maker that's built into the door of your refrigerator, and that's a stupid idea. It really is. Like I got it just by looking at the coffee maker sitting next to the fridge. You know what I mean? I was like, I saw the coffee maker sitting next to the fridge, and I was like, 2 + 2 = 4, right? That's basically all it's like, that's how dumb the idea is. 2 + 2 = 4, right? Why don't you put this plus that, and then you have this, you know? How you doing, Brad? Appreciate you being here, man. Hell yeah. Almost up to 10 likes on this video. I don't think I'm going to make 10 before I end up passing out. My skin is peeling. That's good. I got just enough sunburn last week that my skin is peeling. It's not. It's not the. It's the skin peeling, and where there's hair, and then your skin's peeling, and then it's like, oh man, almost like trying to rip fucking duct tape off or something. But yeah, if Reba was still here, he would have said ducked. He would have yelled ducked, not duck. Ducked. It's duct tape, not duck tape. That guy's funny. It's duct tape. He's just always worried. I don't know, man. I'm sitting here. I'm chilling, man. What is this? What is this? I started an hour late, and then it's hour 3. So this is it's basically hour 4 of the Wednesday night show. You know what I mean? We're almost to the end of it. We almost made it. We're gonna make it. I'll be live again tomorrow by about 1 o'clock at least. But yeah, it's going okay. The viewership looked like it was up a little bit. I got a couple new subscribers out of today. But I think one of them was Reba, so one of them doesn't count, basically. Anyway. But the horizontal's a little different, too, because you can come in and chat. You don't need to be a subscriber to chat in the horizontal, right? Whereas here, you have to wait 60 seconds. It's not that big a deal, you know what I mean? But there'll be some people that subscribe and then they forget to unsubscribe later, you know what I mean? I end up with, a couple people that they forgot to unsubscribe, whatever, you know what I mean? But in the horizontal, I can't set the settings like that. So if people come into the horizontal, they can say whatever. But most of the time, there's no, nobody comes in there and talks anyway. You know what I mean? Just like the core, like the inner circle of people, the inner circle of fans. Pretty much, that's about it. The people that come in and talk. I don't have to worry about people trolling too much in there. At least not at this point. And I don't know. I'll troll a troll right back. You know what I mean? It don't bother me none. You know what I mean? I see a troll as more comments on the video. You know what I mean? This guy's gonna drop 100 messages in the live chat, so that's cool. Something to read. Gives me a wall to bounce off of the way I see it. But yeah, we got 6 viewers in here right now. I'm just hanging out, man. Like I said, like that one guy said, Joe Blow or whatever, he's like, you get more viewers if you take off your shirt, man. I was like, nah, you gotta wait till later. I'm like, that's later on. Like, that will happen, but I gotta wait till after midnight. I'll take the shirt off. Get that crowd at 2 a.m. in here wanting to see my titties flap around. But yeah, there was 6 viewers for a quick second. People were hanging out, wanting to see what I had to say. Anyway, it doesn't matter anyway, man. The channel will make it one way or the other. I feel like it honestly will. There's too much star power in this soul. And I don't know what else, whatever the fuck else I'm gonna do. I felt like I would have already been doing it at this point, The whole time I've been thinking about doing this. So, like I said, when I saw Justin.tv, when I saw this dude, he created a way to like live stream himself, just like walking around. Because at that time, we didn't really have mobile internet. We were still trying to get to like wireless internet and all that stuff, and I'll get all that all lined up in all the right way. And this dude had a whole mobile setup. He created a whole mobile setup, and he had he strapped a camera to the front of his body and stuff. And when Justin.tv was doing it, I was like, damn. I was like, that'd be a fucking fun ass job. Wouldn't that be the shit? That'd be your job. You just walk around filming all day. Everything is content. You know what I mean? Just anything, man. But yeah. Let me see what you got here. I just fucked up real bad. Almost missed my turn, so I jammed on my brakes. And Dairy Queen did not tell. Oh, man. Oh, man. At least it's chili talk. At least it's chili cheese talk didn't go all over your car. That sucks. I had that happen to me earlier too. This fucking dumb bitch kept slamming on her brakes. I had a whole bunch of soup and macaroni, like a whole bunch of stuff in little circular containers, And the lady had them all stacked up on top of each other. She stacked these 3 circular containers on top of each other in like a tower, and then put it into the plastic bag. I was like, oh, great. And then, yeah, I had to slam on my brakes. They all fucking fly forward. I'm like, oh, God. Luckily, it was all right. I got to the destination, stacked it back up, made it look pretty. Yeah, it was not too bad. Only did 2 orders today. That sucked. There was a couple they sent me, but they kept trying to send me up to the back half of that neighborhood where the signal gets all fucked up. And I was live streaming, and then the live stream was going pretty good. So I was like, yeah, I'm gonna focus more on the live stream. I'm gonna take this order, go back to the back half of that neighborhood, and then y'all aren't even paying me the dollar per mile to do it. I'm like, you want me to move some shit 20 miles for y'all, and then they want to give me 13, 14 bucks to do it. I'm like, no, just, I'll sit on that. That's fine. I'll take the hit on my acceptance rate. And then, like the live stream was chilling. We were all, it didn't matter if I was driving somewhere or not. People were hanging out wanting to listen to me talk. You know what I mean? It didn't matter. And I had the light, it was pointing at, I was pointing at a tree. I'm sitting there just smoking a bowl. You know what I mean? I was just sitting there smoking a bowl. There was like 6 people hanging out listening to me talk. And so I was like, it didn't matter if I was driving around or not. But yeah. And then, the amount that they were paying, I was like, nah, I'm just going to sit right here. It'll save me gas just to sit right the fuck here. Plus, like, the restaurant, too. That's another, I might have already said this. You might have already heard me come on this point or whatever. But yeah, like if you sometimes the restaurant's bad, the pickup location's gonna suck, right? So you got to think like that's -5 for the amount of frustration you're gonna have to deal with. You go to that pickup location to pick it up, and that there's always bullshit going on, So you -$5 because of that restaurant's bullshit, right? I've got some restaurants that's -$10 because of some bullshit or, you know what I mean? Some bullshit or another where I'm like, yeah, it might say 12, but really that's a $2 order because it's going to be $10 of frustration to have to deal with that restaurant. Like, they'll wait for me to get there before they start it type of shit. And then I'm sitting there waiting for 20 minutes while I got this live stream going. I'm trying to live stream and, I'm trying to keep everything streamlined so I can just keep moving. Bang, 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 bang. Moving from one thing to the next. And get to the restaurant and then wait for a half hour. You know what I mean? If it's a 20-minute, if you know consistently that it's a 20-minute or a half-hour wait at that restaurant, you got a -10 from whatever, if it's a $14 order, it's a $4 order. If it's a $17 order, it's a $7 order. You know what I mean? And then factor that in, because it's a part of it, man. If you can -10 because the bullshit you're going to have to deal with at the restaurant and it still looks like it's worth it, then go ahead and do it. But you got to, honestly, after a while, you'll start to know what I'm talking about. You'll be like, oh man, yeah, that Burger King sucks, dude. I'm not gonna take it's a 7, but that's a fake 7 because that Burger King sucks. You know what I mean? That 7's a 2. I've over-explained it already. But anyway, yeah, I appreciate y'all hanging out, man. Like I said, I had 6 viewers for a quick second there, and then I acknowledged that I had 6 viewers, and they were like, oh, gotta go. It's like, later. Just some homeless guy sleeping in the back of his car. What? Like, what's going on here? Like, oh, it's just a homeless guy sleeping in the back of his car. Okay, I'm out. The idea is to subscribe and just ignore the videos. just subscribe. Help out a homeless guy. Homeless guy trying to be a video producer, trying to produce videos here. Just trying to produce video hit. Don't mind me. Just producing a video of a hit. Just over here producing another video. Like the whitest kid you know. On the whitest kid you know, and the Civil War. The Civil War happens in the whitest kid you know, and then the photographer's there and just taking a picture of everybody dead at the end. And he's like, "Oh, you should have seen it. It was magnificent. Both sides fighting to the end." It's just like he's just there taking a picture. The photographer just watched the whole thing over on the hill. Oh, it was glorious. Oh yeah, oh yeah, chili dog. I'm glad the chili dog didn't go like all over your upholstery. That shit sucks. I haven't had that happen to me yet, but oh yeah. I wonder if you could reach out to Uber support for something like that. Like I need a cleaning deposit for this soup that you made me carry. You made me carry this soup and then fucking almost I had to avoid an accident, and then I got this soup all through my car. Y'all need to give me a $200 deposit to clean this shit. Please hook me up with a cleaner. Let me, give me somebody. You got somebody I can use or whatever. But yeah, man, I've been living in my car since September, trying to do my thing. It's not too bad, but I figured I'm living a semi interesting life at least. And if I can rebuild myself from homelessness into whatever will at least be mildly interesting to watch. I get up on a houseboat or end up by. I'm thinking right now I'm getting a piece of land, and then just at least have a place I can park my car every night. I can aim to go park my car here because this is my own private land. Wouldn't have a house, but I wouldn't be homeless at that point. I would just be houseless. My home would just be the patch of land. You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know. We'll keep going. I'll see where it goes myself. I don't even know where it's going. I'm watching just like y'all are, you know. But yeah, the houseboat idea almost makes sense too, man. I saw a bunch of people just living on their sailboats. I went down south, this beach town down in Florida, and I'm already in Florida. But anyway, it's further down south. It's the beach town. There was a whole bunch of sailboats out there on the bay, just out there chilling. Like it looked like like homeless people, but they're not homeless because they have a sailboat. You know what I mean? Just people that are avoiding property tax, basically, because they like fuck the land. You want to charge me to live on the land? It's like, well, then I'll live on a boat. You know? I was like, that's actually a pretty good idea. And I'm out there. I'm like, there's like 30 or 50 boats out there. I didn't count them all individually, but yeah, there's probably about 50 sailboats out there. Everybody just anchored out, hanging out. It looked like the redneck yacht club type of thing, but with sailboats. And then I even saw the people get on their dinghy. They'd have a little dinghy they'd ride up to shore on and go to work. And in the town's kind of pleasant where they just left their dinghy on the beach. They rode their dinghy from their sailboat to the beach, and then just left their dinghy on the beach. And then it's such a small little beach town. Everybody kind of knows each other. Everybody kind of looks out for. They just literally, they didn't even tie it. They didn't even, I don't know. They might have taken some kind of key out of the engine where the engine wouldn't have started or something like that. But there was a bunch of little tiny boats just right there on the beach. I was halfway wondering, like, are these rental or what? I didn't ask nobody. It wasn't my shit, but it was just weird. Like people coming off their sailboat, riding this little dinghy across the water and getting in their car and then going to work. you know, that's the coolest idea ever. Fuck it. But yeah, I'd have to get a sailboat. You know what I mean? Because you can catch wind, man. We've been using sails to travel around the world for how many hundreds of years? You know what I mean? But yeah, you get a sailboat, man. And if hurricane season comes, you just open up the sails, and pull yourself north as much as you can. Get as far north as you want to go. Hang out there when hurricane season's over. Open up your sails and have it pull you back down south. And you get a certain amount of income coming in somehow or another, one way or another. Like you have a monthly allowance basically, and then just live on the sailboat, chill, hang out, watch everybody on the land going crazy trying to recover their time, recover their freedom back from the amount of bills that they have. You're like, y'all are fucking stupid. Y'all are stupid. Over here living on a boat for like the $500 a month I spend in food. It's just But yeah, I mean, and then out there in Tampa, you get a bunch of TV channels just with a pair, with just antenna. You know what I mean? You just have a TV, and then with the digital signal and all that shit now, you just have television. There's so many channels out there in Tampa. You know, you got. I'm not even gonna name them all, but yeah, there's all kinds of, on just regular. I'm sure if you live anywhere near close to like a big city, you know what I'm talking about. There's all kinds of TV channels that are still on like regular broadcast TV still. Probably not a lot of people watch because we've evolved past it. We've evolved past like rabbit ear type antennas for TV. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's still there, man. You can put on the 10 o'clock news on Fox and all that shit. There's a there's 24-hour music television channel. You know, it's crazy. There used to be at least. But yeah, man. I think I that order worse than I thought. I'm finding these little chocolate bits in my seat. That does suck, man. That's like me. I want to get a drink bag. There's like I can get like an insulated bag that's made to hold 4 drinks, and but I feel like, man, Uber, you ought to be able to get you get points through working for Uber. Like these points you get to show that you're a diamond level driver or you're a platinum level driver. You make a certain amount of points to move up from one to the other. I feel like you ought to be able to use those points to be able to get swag off the company. Like, I got these Uber Eats socks, or I got this Uber Eats T-shirt, or I got the bag, I got an insulated bag. I traded in my points, and I got a free insulated bag off of Uber, and it's an actual nice insulated bag. Like, I wouldn't have to buy an insulated bag because I'm a good employee for Uber, and I get these points, and I could exchange those points to, you know what I mean. I don't know why they don't do that. They have the whole point system, but they don't give you any kind of swag where you could be more of like a walking billboard for Uber Eats because you have this Uber Eats shirt and you have these Uber Eats socks and you have this Uber Eats dash bag. Instead of being a DoorDash bag, you've got this Uber Eats bag. You know what I mean? I don't know. But yeah, that's where I'm like, I want to buy a bag for the insulated drinks, but I'm like, I don't want to. I don't want to drop my own fucking $30 to buy a fucking bag for the job. I don't know, man. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's one thing or another, man. But it'd be smart to get a bag that holds 4 drinks because it'll help hold them standing up and stuff. And then you would need a big enough jerk in the car where all the whole 4 bag is gonna fall. You know what I mean? Because I don't. That's my one thing, man. I get pissed off to have a bunch of drinks on the order. An order with no drinks is the best. Really, just flat out no drinks on that bitch. Yeah, I'm like, why don't you already have a drink? What? You don't have nothing to drink at your house? Are you serious? Yeah, man. Drinks are a liability, man. Fucking yeah, man. I don't want to deal with them. They should give you an extra, like Uber gives you $2 per order. I feel like they ought to give you 4 if there's drinks on the bitch. Cause you know what I mean. Like it's a fucking hazard pay for having a drink on the order. Cause it can't, man. You could be in a huge accident over a customer's drink. You know what I mean? Shit, fucking fatality over a customer's drink, and then they don't want to give you, can't give you 4 instead of 2 on that. Fatality for a customer's drink. You never go wrong with a poor man's drink of water. Yeah, man. Exactly. Fucking go to the faucet. That's what I've been doing for years. Yeah. But man, yeah, the Mountain Dew. The only thing I didn't like about that beach town, well, there was a couple of things, but the only thing I can think back to remember, the Mountain Dew, man, the Mountain Dew that they had at the Circle K or whatever, because I could go there to get Polar Pop still. But the water, it almost tasted like pool water. It tasted like pool water that they put like Crystal Light flavored Mountain Dew into. Like if you were to squeeze Crystal, there's I don't know, like the Mio or the squeeze Crystal, yeah, like that. They just put like that into pool water, but it's Mountain Dew flavor. I don't know. That's what it tasted like. I want some chlorine with my Mountain Dew. That'll help it. That'll put it over the top. Some sodium chloride. Even more chloride. It's crazy though. Like sodium is poisonous, chlorine is poisonous, but if you put them together, it's salt, and that's necessary. It's necessary for life. I don't know. I might be making too much noise. I think the people in this house are freaking out. Whatever, they're old. They'll get over it. 5 years, he's lurking. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, man. A couple people come and go. I got this one homeless dude. He wants to kill me. You know what I mean? This one, he probably even watches the channel. He could be a lurker from now and then, every time and now and then. But yeah, he wants to kill me for some fucking reason. I don't know what I've done to him. Like I said, the only thing I can think of is he's jealous because I have a car. You know what I mean? Just because I'm that much more set up. You know what I mean? And really, like, you think about it, man. If you really wanted to if you're homeless and you're like holding a sign, you're holding a sign to try and make money. Just push it a little bit more. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. But yeah, if you can hold a sign and make $20, you only need $20 because you get a gram of weed, and some beer each day. You know what I mean? And then people feed you. Like, they'll give you food before you get money. You go out and fly a sign, you'll know exactly what I mean. But yeah, you'll hold a sign that says you need work, or anything will help, or just God bless, or honestly, the less that you have on your sign, the better. Because some people, they go out there, they have like a whole paragraph of what's going on, and it's like people already know what you're doing. They see you out there holding a sign at all, they already know what you're doing. You put a whole bunch of stuff on your sign, you got more than they'll sit there, they'll read, I don't know. Just got so much information on your sign that the light will turn green and they're already gone. They're sitting there reading your sign so much, trying to figure out what it is. I don't know. You know what I mean? Yeah, all you really need is a sign that says "Help me," or something. Help. Just help. You're on the side of the road holding a sign that says "Help." And the first thing people are going to do is try to give you food. So you're gonna walk. You're gonna walk out of the way. You're gonna walk out of there not hungry, and you might have $20. If you could do it and make $20, then double that. Go ahead and make 40. And then take 20, stack that up, stack it, keep stacking it up. After 5 days, that's a whole $100 bill. That's 5 days. Do that every single day. If you're going out there to make 20, go out there and make 40. And then after a couple weeks of doing that, you'll have enough money to be able to buy a cheap car. A good, like $1,000, just a set of wheels that you can now call your tent. You know what I mean? And then all you had to do was you just panhandled a little bit harder. You know what I mean? So I don't. So I don't know why. But yeah, for one reason or another, that dude, he just wants to kill me. Wants to kill me for some reason. And I don't know. I get the hint that he's probably watching every now and then. But yeah. Well, I don't know, man. It's whatever. You can't really stop death. You know what I mean? It's gonna happen. I just try to keep my distance because I don't know. I heard the dude just going off. You know, I'm like literally parked behind the building. I'm just like parked behind a building, just hanging out, and the dude's walking behind the back of my car, just like going off, talking about all the shit that he's waiting to do to me. You know, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm getting away from you. That's not even gonna happen tonight, bro, because I'm out of here. You know, I just delivered the exact same person I delivered this past week. Yeah, it'd be like that, man. Yeah, I noticed me. It's like I think there's like all of 20 customers that I just keep delivering to on repeat. There's a couple of new ones every now and then. I'll go to I'm at a location I've never been. But yeah, it's crazy. I like all the places that I'm going to. It's places I've already been at now. But even some of the people, man, they're happy when I pull up. You know, they're like, hell yeah. You know, he's still out there banging it out. You know, like one dude, I go to pull in. I'm like, man, I almost got pulled over by the cops. He's like, man, don't do that. He's like, then that tip I gave you wouldn't even mean anything. You know, he's like, I was like, yeah, I was trying to get it here to you. I was going 70 down that one road, trying to get it to you as quick as I could because you always tip really well. And then this cop pulled out and he almost caught me. I was like, luckily I had slowed down just enough in time. You know, he only seen me going like 9 over. You know, yeah, he's like, I'm trying to, you know, it's like I'm trying to help you out here. Don't give it all to the police. You know. Yeah. Like what we got here? I thought about doing Uber Eats so I could relate more to the Swamp Gang. To die would be a grand adventure. Hell yeah. That's the way I see it too, man. I'm like, you know, like, well, I feel like I've lived an okay life. You know, if I were to die, I should move up in the caste system. Actually, you know, it'd be a quicker way to move up in the caste system than to try to live the rest of the way through this life to see if I can move up in this life using this body as a vehicle to operate too while I do that. And like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, just yeah. I think honestly, I could probably if reincarnation is a thing, I would already, you know, I'd start over at a higher level. You know what I mean? I could probably come back and be James T. Kirk for all we know. You know what I mean? Like the only part of that would suck is I would grow up in fucking Iowa, and you know I'd be trying to get back to Florida probably at some point once I figured everything out. I'd be like, nah, we're not doing this Iowa shit, bro. Yeah, that'd be cool, man. Oh man. Some dumb shit. Like in 4 viewers, appreciate y'all. Hell yeah. Like I said, man, I got like almost 250 hours of view time in the last week, man. It's nuts. But you know, like that's not me. That's not me doing that. So like I just want to constantly be telling y'all thank you. Anytime there's a good group of people in here, I'm telling y'all thank you. You know what I mean? Yeah, 250 hours of view time in a week. That's nuts, man. That's 1,000 hours a month, man. They're gonna have to pay me sooner or later. And then we're about halfway there. So like everything we've done up to this point as a team and as a group, you know, as everything supporting me, whatever, helping me start a bigger fire. Y'all all pouring gas on this, you know. Everybody just keep throwing buckets of fuel. let's just see how big we can get this fire. You know what I mean? But yeah, everything that we've done up to this point, I'm about halfway there. So just kind of just double what we've already done, and boom, we're in good shape. And then, like I said, if I had like I said to Noob, I said to Honda, I said to Brad, I don't think I've said to Santino. I'm gonna say it to you, and I'm gonna say it to Kev at the same time. If I had 30 fans that were as cool as y'all are, that's all this channel would need. You know what I mean? That if I had 30 of Noob that were watching me as much as Noob watches me, that's all this channel would need. And between all of you that are out there, I got about 10 of you. You know what I mean? Just at different points of the day, because y'all have your own schedule and shit too. You know what I mean? You're not homeless like I am, where you. But me being live like 12 hours throughout the day, it's a big window for y'all to pop in at any point. You know what I mean? So there's like different group, different crowd, the PM crowd, and a different crowd at night. You know what I mean? But yeah, like I said, I got about 10 of y'all spread out across the spectrum here. You know what I mean? The weekly view. I think I lost Wyoming. I think she's no longer subscribed. I haven't seen her pop in and say how am I doing. So that's why I really gotta watch some of my anti-women talk stuff. It's more or less a guy's channel, but it's a guy broadcaster. I'm doing it's a dude stuff for dudes. This one's for the boys type of shit. But I don't really need to be bashing women, and I think I lost Wyoming as a subscriber by doing that, because I haven't seen her pop in and check in, say hi, see how I'm doing. So sorry for that, Santino, because I know the two of y'all used to kind of talk a little bit back and forth in the chat or whatever. It's kind of like I made you have to lose a friend in this too. You know what I mean? Sorry for that, man. Hopefully she'll come back. She'll see me pop back up on her feed or whatever. I don't know. Anyway, I have 2 hours of watch time in a month. Yeah, I can only imagine what Snooks is making, man. Because he's got like 34 people that hang out with him. He's not live as long as I am, but imagine if he was, man. If Snooks did like an 8-hour live stream, and he'd probably have like 30 people hanging the whole time, somehow or another. Be different people at different times, same as me. But yeah, he's probably getting, you know what I mean. In a week, he's probably getting 1,000, because he don't have like he don't have like 250,000 subscribers, but I hope he does at some point. He deserves 1 million subscribers. He's a good enough dude. You know what I mean? He's a good enough dude. He deserves 1 million subscribers, especially if he were to like lean into more comedy type of, you know what I mean? Because I think he could be funny if he wants to be. You know what I mean? I don't know. His sense of humor, like his he'd be really really dry, low energy type of humor. I think he could be better than Dimitri Martin though, if he got up there and tried to do that Dimitri Martin type of comedy type of shit. I think he'd be. I think we Comedy Central's not a thing anymore, but we could see him on Netflix or something doing a little Netflix Snooks. You know what I mean? You seeing Snooks doing a Netflix comedy special, dude? Oh man, that'd be nuts, bro. And then for Snooks, man, that'd be some good pay. Like he honestly, man, I think he could do that. Just one Netflix special. It'd be probably what he makes in a year working. And something like that. They might screw him on it. They might, try to just 5K, just 5 grand. And then they're gonna make like a fucking $1 million off this special. You know what I mean? Because yeah, if he branches out over to Netflix, I know this is all just me talking dreams out of my ass. But yeah, man, if he made it over onto Netflix for like a Netflix special, yeah, whole other platform for him. But yeah, he's a good guy. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But yeah, I'll stop tooting his horn. But yeah, I like him more than Ian, man. Ian seems fake at times, man. He really does. Ian's a good guy too. I don't wish nothing dark upon him. But you know, between the two of them, we know Snooks would win in a fist fight. Snooks would win in a fist fight. Snooks would probably win in trivia. You know, Snooks would probably win in actual hard work done in a day. You know what I mean? If you were to put the two of them on a construction site, I bet Ian would fag out before Snooks would. And I don't mean to say that way, but yeah, you know what I mean. I bet Ian would throw in the towel before Snooks would. Snooks would make it through the whole day at a construction site at his own pace. You know what I mean? And Ian would be going too fast. Ian would be like, "Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir." And then, halfway through the day, he'd be like, I don't, you know what I mean? But nothing bad against Ian. He's a good guy too, you know. But yeah, honestly, I wish he'd get going on this fucking store thing, man, because I'm ready for him to be my GM. You know, we can open up your damn gas station so I can come work a couple overnight shifts for you, bro. I've been telling him that for a while too. I'm like, I know you don't want to work overnight. I'm your overnight guy. You know, just don't give me 5 nights of it. Don't give me 5 nights of overnight. But I'll be your weekend overnight guy right here. You know, and then we're both content creators. You know, like we'd have the whole store. Don't hire somebody unless they're a YouTuber. And then the whole store would just be YouTubers. There'd be people coming in at different times of day trying to see us, trying to, like, oh, this is where he works. This is the store that Ian owns, and Swamp Monkey works there. Swamp Monkey's there on a Friday, Saturday night. You know, I don't know. You know what I mean? If we can get to that point, it'd be nice, dude. It'd be sick. But he just wants to keep talking about the store. Like, dude, do the store. How much money and donations do you need to open up this store, bro? Because honestly, fuck, man, I think you could do it with like 20K. You could at least open up like a smoke shop, just get a little bit of an inventory, pay for a storefront, pay for a whole year of the storefront, right? He's probably got enough money to be able to do that. It's just I don't know what he's doing, man. I don't know. He probably just, like I said, he probably just used that to. But even still, man, go buy a house with that money or something, dude. I don't know. I don't know what his plans are. That's what I'm saying. Snook seems more real. Ian, I don't know, man. I don't know what he's doing, man. I don't know. I try to watch some of his videos to see what he's doing, and it doesn't give me any hints to what he's doing. You know, I don't know. it's crazy. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking. For like 20 to 50K, maybe you could open up a smoke shop at least, and then, just be selling pipes. Just be selling glass pipes and fucking hookah pipes and fucking bongs and shit. But how much shit? It's a couple security cameras, and then you just hang out in the back, and you know we got this cool ass little smoke shop because it's Ian's smoke shop. Ian from YouTube. We're gonna start selling pipes and shit. It's like fucking new Cheech and Chong type of shit. I don't know. Whatever. I can make it a whole fucking hookah lounge. I've always wanted to open up a hookah lounge, man. Just be chilling in a hookah lounge, man. Not even smoke. Because I don't want to be smoking hookah like 24 hours a day, every day, whatever. You know what I mean? Not because I'm a hookah smoker, but just be the owner of a hookah lounge. Be chill as fuck, bro. Like I said, I got dread. I grow out my hair and get some dreads growing, and it wouldn't matter where I'm working at that point. It would just matter whether I'm working or not. You know, just because I have dreadlocks. I had dreadlocks. People would look me up and down, and because I have dreadlocks, they'd be like, "Well, do you have a job?" Yeah, okay, but like where I'm at, people like, "Well, you should be doing better." It's like, well, if I had dreadlocks, like, well, then I guess you're already doing pretty good. You're all right. You're fine. Just keep being you, man. Just keep doing you. I was like, I don't know. I don't really want to have dreadlocks either to be able to do that. Like, yeah, if I had dreadlocks, I think I'd get a couple people off my ass. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, 250 hours. I mean, it's baby steps. It's a small channel, man. Even the 500 subscribers that I have, they're not even viewers. They're nice enough that they've subscribed. You know what I mean? I've got of the 525 subscribers, 25 of those are actual viewers, and I got an extra 500 somehow. You know what I mean? So I got to be thankful for that. YouTube algorithm at least was nice enough that it sent me to people that were nice enough that they subscribed. You know what I mean? Because really, man, it's so hard. It's like crazy. It's like pulling teeth to get these subs out of people, and it's free, dude. That's what I said. I think they're using the wrong word, subscriber, because people tie that to like magazine subscriptions back in the day, or like having a Netflix subscription, or they hear subscription and they think money. So you know what I mean? They hear the word subscription or subscribe. I don't know. They think they tie it to money too much in their head. But subscriber still sounds better than follower, I think, as well. Because me, like, I'm a Leo. I'm a Leo. I don't want to be a follower to nothing. You know what I mean? One of the reasons I never liked Twitter at all, because like you people are followers. You follow other people, and the people that follow I'm like, it's just a bunch of followers. I don't know if that's the right word. I don't know. I'm not gonna get a part. I'm not gonna be a part of that website because I'm not a follower. But yeah, I'm a Leo that was born in the year of the monkey, and also under the fire sign. So I've got two fire signs. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm highly intelligent, but very easily discouraged. Just like I carry a lot of the monkey traits. But yeah, I don't know. And then I'm really good about like creating brand new tools and stuff. I don't know. I haven't not so much since I stopped tripping. Really, I need to get some shrooms going or something. Cause man, I don't know. Not that I'm gonna eat shrooms on camera, but if I were to eat shrooms and then go live, there'd be all kinds of ideas. All kinds of, I'd be from spitting fire to spitting lightning. You know what I mean? Some of these ideas I could be throwing at you. You know what I mean? But yeah, man. All the viewers just left, man. What the hell? Must be a connectivity thing. But yeah, it went from 3 viewers all the way down to one. That's what it's showing me at least. Which I don't think y'all would have left without saying something. I don't think I said anything that would have pissed y'all off. Y'all left for. That's probably just a connectivity thing. The connection. What I got? I got 4 bars of 5G. I don't know. Maybe people just swiped off. They'll be back. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Anyway, people get tired. I get it. It's like 4 hours live for me now. Just in vertical. Just 4 hours. Just in It's just in the vertical right now. 4 hours. I'm hanging now. What we got? Yeah, just you. Well, Santina, he might have had to close his phone for some reason or another. And then Kev probably just had to go. No, he's still here. It's just showing one for some reason. I really got to ignore that at this point. You know what I mean? Because, like I said, I think Kev would have been like, all right, I got to go, man. You know what I mean? I don't think he would have just left. That's what I was like. That's so weird. Whatever. No, yeah, I get you, man. You're fine, man. Yeah, like I said, I need to go to bed too. I've been missing sleep, live streaming so much. And then, like once I end this live stream, I'm gonna change accounts on here and then click on the live stream and rewatch it. Basically, not rewatch. I'll fall asleep with it on. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's a 4 hour live stream, and then I'll get another 4 hours of watch time out of it, basically, while I'm sleeping. You know what I mean? Certain things like that you got to do, and it counts. It really does count because like later on, once the channel does get monetized, and I get the ad revenue, they'll be getting ad revenue off of me watching. You know what I mean? So it totally counts as you know what I mean. Once I get to that point where the ad revenue opens, the watch time of me watching my own channel, they'll be making money off of it. At that, you know what I mean? It's whatever. But yeah, that's the way I was thinking about it. I'm like, and it's true too. You know what I mean? Like a view is a view. Especially nowadays, they've gotten a little bit more lenient with all the view type of stuff. Like you can hover over a video and it like auto plays if you have your settings set that way. That's a view for that video. Believe it or not, you like if you hover over that video for too long and it starts to autoplay, you gave that video a view. And then if say you didn't click on it though, you didn't click all the way through, then you just hurt that channel basically because now their click through rate is lower. You know what I mean? But yeah, there's like a percentage. Your click through rate, if it's like 8-9%, you're good. You have a good channel. That means that like almost 10% of the people, like 1 in every 10 people, click on that if it comes up on their feed. I don't know. I'm getting into it too much, but yeah, appreciate it, man. Yeah, I'm sorry for that, man. Yeah, it's not for everybody, man. It's a struggle. Like I'm struggling more than it looks like. You know what I mean? Honestly, I just wish Uber was a little bit better, man. Like I was saying earlier, if Uber and DoorDash if it was really worth it to run Uber and DoorDash, people would just stop working. You know what I mean? I think they have to watch it. They have to watch to do that type of shit to it too. They have to make it to where it's not quite worth it. You know what I mean? The people that are doing it, we're doing it because we need the money. But they make it where it's not quite worth it still, so that way everybody doesn't just quit their jobs and go work for Uber. You know what I mean? Because there's a bunch of us we're doing that already as it is. You know what I mean? There'd be even more of that going on, and then you'd have more drivers with less orders probably somehow or another. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you, since man, you got to get some rest. You've been out there hitting it, especially you're working, doing your gig, your actual job, and then trying to slap this in on there too, man. You'll be fine, man. We're getting old. We can't be running like that. You get to a point you're running too fast. You're taking time off the end, man. You know, and that's where you kind of want some more time then. Yeah. Oh, man. 2 for 1 hours. It'd be nice if, man, like they did a weekend special or something. They'd be like, hey, this weekend, any tips you get, whatever tips you get, we're gonna double. Like instead of giving you that $2 fee or whatever that we give you, say if you got a $6 tip, we're gonna give you $6 too. That'd be nuts. Imagine if they did that for one weekend, and all the tips that you make 10 on, like you get 10 from them, and then 10 from Dash as well. Like Dash has to match the tip. They show you the tip amount, like you know what I mean, and then Dash has to match the tip on that weekend, like the weekend special, like drivers appreciation weekend. Then we're just gonna double whatever tip you get. We're gonna double it. That'd be nuts, man. But they'll never do anything like that. You know what I mean? Because then some of the people might even catch on. Some of the customers, they'd catch on. They'd know that, oh, that's double tip weekend. I'm gonna drop $20 so that way Uber has to pay them $20 too. You know, it's like I'm gonna help them, help them out. They're gonna, be the best time to give them $20 because Uber has to match it this weekend. They'd get fucked on that shit. They probably would. But, yeah, I still got nuggets. Yeah, I would have thrown in the towel too, man. Don't take no shame in that. I'm still finding pieces of that odor all over my car. Yeah, I would have pulled over. I would have logged out for the night. Yeah, I would have been like, nope, that's a sign. I'm being too greedy. Time to back up. fucking kid realtor. The kid realtor coming back. It's gonna be like $600-700. I was like, you had to do that, didn't you? $600-700 for closing. $600 or $700 for closing. You're such a child. Dealing with a fucking realtor that's 12 years younger than me, and the guy's not even fucking doing anything. That's where I'm like, damn, maybe I could do that. That probably doesn't seem that hard. This dude's 23 and doing it, I wonder who he knew that they talked him into doing that instead of actually working. It's like, it's even better. You know what's better than working? Selling houses. Jeez. All these other people are working so they can buy a house. Meanwhile, you're the one selling them the houses. And then they're not even your houses. They're not even yours. You're selling shit that you don't even own. That's the same shit anybody else is doing, too. I'm over here selling you an alternator that I don't even own. It's like, somehow it makes money. It's terrible, dude. Fucking realtors, man. It's realtors. It's like most useless job. It's the most useless job, but we have thousands of them. America is so full of like jobs like that too, like some useless, dumb, stupid shit that doesn't even necessarily need to be done, and they make thousands of dollars a year to do this job. Oh man. Damn, I'm wondering where the. Usually, if I'm closer to the river like this, I'm actually chilling. I'm like Chris Farley status right now, Santino. I don't know if you, but yeah, I'm like chilling on the fucking boat ramp here, just hanging out. Usually, it's a little bit chillier where I'm at. I guess it's just that hot. It's that hot tonight. Oh man. I'll check my car battery. What's it saying? Oh crap. I gotta get all the way up. I gotta get all the way up to check the car battery. Okay, we're good. We're good. 11.9. 11.9 volts. This should be fine. The gas is so expensive right now. $10 a gallon. Well, $10 Canadian. $10 Canadian for a gallon. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I know, man. And the cool thing about the beach town where I was at, man, I could probably deliver on an e-bike. So if I do the van trick, and I get the van trick all the way played out the way I'm wanting to, I'd have a garage built. I'm gonna do a no build kind of build where there's gonna be a little bit of a build, but it's not gonna be, I'm not like a carpenter. I just know a little bit of carpentry because I'm a male. I have a penis. I know how to use a ruler. You know what I mean? I know how to use a tape measure and a ruler and a table saw, but I don't actually have the tools, so I'll have to find somebody with the tools I can work out of their garage or whatever. But yeah, work out of their garage, build a little no build type of build, and then have like a garage that I built for my e-bike in the van, out of the cubic footage of the van. Have a garage built for my e-bike to be in, maybe on the back somehow or another. The whole back end, the back hatch, I can open it up and it's like a garage type area. I don't know, but honestly, that length from front to back I need because that's for me to stretch out my legs that much further. So I'll have to do it parallel behind the driver's seat or something. I don't know, but yeah, I could have the e-bike, drive down to the beach, pop the e-bike out of the car, and then deliver on the e-bike. I seen a couple kids that were doing it. They were delivering on e-bike. So yeah, I bet that area it's congested enough that you can do that. Yeah. I don't know what's going on with them. It's the same as the dollar. It's just I don't know, man. They don't quite have as much inhabitable land as the dollar, but basically the Canada, yeah, it's gonna fall as much as the U. The U.S. dollar being, you know what I mean. The two of them are gonna be, they're kind of gonna stay where they are, but they're both gonna fall together, if that makes sense. God damn, dog, shut up, bro. I don't know if y'all hear them dogs barking, but I don't need no dog barking. Fuck, if I had my own dog right now, I'd be barking back and shit. But yeah, if I get a van, get the e-bike, get a little place for the e-bike to be parked inside the van. That way I can keep it out of the weather. You know what I mean? Because the e-bike you have to keep out of the weather 100%. I mean, you can after it rains, you can ride it around, but you gotta wait about an hour after it rains too. You know what I mean? You don't really want to be splashing through puddles on your e-bike. Um, but yeah, build a little spot for the e-bike inside of the tank, and we're good, man. That's it. Watch everybody go crazy trying to afford more than they can, and I'm just cruising around on an e-bike that I power off the sunlight, or for free off of the this wall. There's a wall light socket here. I'm gonna power it for free off of this. But yeah, I think the U.S. dollar and the Canadian dollar will pretty much keep about their same equality to each other, while the U.S. dollar will crash. Or maybe Canada won't print. Maybe Canada won't print to match. So maybe Canada's currency will actually get stronger through all that. I don't know. I'm pretty sure they're all going to turn the money printer on though. Like globally, I think everybody except for China is getting ready to print their ass off. Oh man, that's stupid, man. Canadian is 73 cents per, yes, more than double. Yeah, it's Uh oh. Please don't tell me that's the police. Some car coming down the street with like super duper ass bright lights. No, it's not the police because those are different headlights. But that's even worse. That's even worse that it's not the police. And then they have to, I'm all the way down. I'm like, I'm as far down in the parking lot as you should go. So I really don't know why there's a car coming, because you can't park to the, it's illegal to park any further than I am. So I'm wondering why this car had to come down the street with its really, really bright ass lights on to come down the street to do a U-turn. And then now drive back up the street. I don't know. People are fucking weird. But anyway, man. Yeah, it's like I paid $4.69 a gallon for gas earlier. That's the most I think I've ever paid, ever, 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 ever for gas. And I don't know, when I saw how much gas, I was like, I don't know. I stopped real quick too. I was like, you know what? I only need 4 gallons. I'll make 4 gallons work somehow. So yeah, I don't know. I might not be driving for Uber too much here more. I don't know. I'll stay logged on, but like I said, if they're not gonna pay a pretty penny, there ain't no reason for me. I ain't gonna run around for all this fucking $6 bullshit. Like, especially because you get to the restaurant and then just get disrespected by the restaurant staff because you're a delivery driver. Oh, ignore him. He's just a delivery driver. Like, okay, cool. But yeah, like I said, that gonna keep happening. I'll just keep canceling the order. It don't bother me none. They're only pissing off their customer when their order gets canceled. Yeah. 423. Damn, dude. You got to fill it up. Go back there and fill up, dude, because it's about to go up 50 cents on you, I bet. Because Florida, we usually have cheap gas because the Gulf of Mexico and all that. Like we but yeah, if it's like 4.75 a gallon here. Granted, that's the credit price. If you pay with cash, you can get a little bit. I don't know why it's cheaper to pay cash, because that's how legitimate it all is. You know what I mean? But yeah, if you pay cash, you can save another 10 cents, where it would have been like 4.59 a gallon. But I'm not the only thing I pay cash with. Yeah, I use cash just to buy marijuana. That's the only time. You know what I mean? Other than that, I don't fuck around with cash at all. The only reason I need cash is because the marijuana dispensary needs cash. I don't know why you can't pay with a card at the marijuana dispensary, but anyway, you need cash for that. That's the only time I need. That's the only time I need. That's the only time I need or have any desire to play with cash, because the marijuana dispensary is old school and they prefer cash. But like, the people, they think cash is king. No, 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 no. Cash is not king. Cash is tax. You know what I mean? You're holding on to paper tax. I don't know. Something like that. I don't know. I'm not quite saying that the right way. But that was so weird. This car just going down the street, just blaring its fucking brights at me, and then going down the street, doing a U-turn, and then driving back out. I don't know, man. Listen, I'm homeless. I'm living in my car. I'm not doing nothing. You want to fuck with me? I got a steel baseball bat and some pepper spray. And if you're willing to fight through that, well then, I guess I'm gone. You know, can't do nothing after that because I can't have a gun to protect myself from all the other idiots with a gun. Well, I shouldn't say other idiots. I should from all the idiots with a gun. I've had my right to have a gun taken from me. while I see people that are more psychotic than me have a gun on their hip. You know what I mean? I hate this fucking country. I really do. Just, I don't know. Filthy debt notes. It's like the Stamp Act. Like the Stamp Act that we've been stuck under. Think about these paper notes that are just stamped. Like it's the Stamp Act. We're still stuck in the Stamp Act. Fucking Stamp Acted everybody. I just claimed XP and shit. But yeah, it's weird. Usually Santino's the number one chatter. I don't know how he's number two. Oh, Honda's number one. That's what it is. Honda's got you beat, man. From the front seat of his Honda. The Dairy Queen order I fucked up. Guy just tipped me. The right to bear arms shall be infringed. Don't tread on me. Whatever. Bullets versus lasers. Just remember that. Bullets versus GPS, satellites, and lasers. Y'all have fun throwing bullets at each other. Bullets versus DNA, satellites, lasers, magnetic locks. What else? Okay, good luck. Y'all, you keep throwing lead back and forth at each other. See if that'll help things advance any further. Just fucking de-atomization's the way you need to be thinking. Just pull everybody apart on the molecular level. That's the way you need to be thinking. That's the way you need to get rid of your enemy. Just straight de-atomize them. They don't even turn to dust after that. They just turn. They just disappear into the air because they just got de-atomized. Straight fucking de-atomized. My aunt around town trying to get this worst place for me. And then I just closed the live stream. You're stuck in first place. I will spam 67. I am getting tired, so man, it's probably like a 10-minute warning. 10-minute warning. I'll have to cut the live stream and go to sleep, man. Some of y'all probably need to as well. I don't want to be a bad influence. Or no, I'm just kidding. I like being a bad influence. Sometimes it's more fun, more entertaining to be the bad influence. Being a good influence doesn't really, you know what I mean? If you're being a good influence, you're I don't have a word. I don't have a word to follow that with. Bad influence. Yeah, you ever look at the bell, the Taco Bell bell? If you look at it just right, it's a boob. You see it? The Taco Bell bell. It's a titty. Like, don't look at the gong part. Like, don't look at the gong part of the bell. But look at the rest of the bell. The Taco Bell bell. It's a boob. It's a boob. It's totally a boob. If I've ever seen a C cup in my life, that's a boob. Man, it's probably the end of the stream. People are still online. Like a true gangster. Look at Santino. He's trying hard to reach. If you look at it just right, it looks like a reptilian eye. Oh, you're just like the gong part of it? Like the gong part of it's like a reptilian eye. I could see that too. It almost looks like a gray's eye or something almost too now. Like the eye over the pyramid. The eye over the pyramid, and it's actually like a gray. Gray. They should do that. They should totally do that. Update the eye over the pyramid. Just like a fucking alien eye. But it's crazy, man. Fucking George Washington shooting the Sphinx into space with a cannon, and then later on they blame Napoleon for it. It's hilarious. It's fucking hilarious, bro. George Washington shoots the bitch in the face with a cannon, and then they blame Napoleon. Yeah, the bell part, yeah. Well, I mean, Freemasons run the country. They're not all aliens, though. But you can't leave a monkey in charge of monkeys. You know what I mean? You can't have monkeys in charge of monkeys. You would need you need something else. Like God even thought on that level. I feel like that's why aliens are in the mix to begin with. Like humans, we weren't gonna do much without stuff flying around in the sky. You know what I mean? Like I can imagine this. We just sat there basically like early man sat there with like nothing going through their head basically. You might have thought food, water. You know what I mean? But you probably weren't even thinking to shell. Think about it. Think about it. Yeah, be that caveman. Be that far cavemanistic mindset, right? And you're just sitting there on a rock next to a fire, like you and your buddy. You're just both just sitting on rocks next to a fire, and then you see a shooting star go by, right? And you freak out. You're like, you're trying to tell your buddy like, but you don't even have language yet. So you're pointing at the sky. You're like, and then he's looking. He's like, he don't see nothing. He's like, what are you talking about? It take you'd be just a crazy one seeing because they would probably do it in that way too. They'd only show themselves to one person. You know what I mean? So then you're freaking out. You're trying to explain what you saw. I don't know. But put yourself in that mindset where I almost feel like he had to put aliens in the mix to get us to get up and do anything. You know what I mean? Like he was just imagine he's like I don't know, imagine him just sitting there just watching Earth. He's got Earth and he's just sitting there watching and like mankind's tapping it, mankind's doing its thing. But at the same time, it's like they're just kind of sitting there. I don't know why they're just sitting there. And he's like, well, here, what if I do this? And then, we all jump up and up, we're all jumping up and down and building pyramids all of a sudden. You know what I mean? But like I said, you can't leave a monkey in charge of monkeys. It makes sense for there to have been side projects. If he created our planet, it makes sense that there would have been side projects and stuff. I don't know. Because you're not going to do all this and then not want to do it all again. You know what I mean? Uh, yeah. And yeah, I don't know. And then at the same time, I think the lizards, they're more perverted than we are. They almost try to increase the perversion. You know what I mean? Because as monkeys, we're monkeys. You know what I mean? Like if you if you think in that mindset, monkeys. But there's like a certain level of perversion that the media portrays or shows to us or puts in front of us, and we're even more perverted because of that. You know what I mean? The imagery around us, they shove us into more perversion than we even should be. You know what I mean? Because that helps drive the cycle on everything as well. You got babies having babies. Girls that are 19 years old that already have 3 kids. They're already stuck in the system. They're far enough down that road that's their life now. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, I think honestly, I think on it when Moses found the burning bush, I think he discovered fire basically. Kind of put your I don't know. It's a weird philosophy I've got here, but I think honestly Moses when the bolt of lightning hit that bush, hit that tree, and set it ablaze, he had fire. Whereas fire existed in nature, but something inside of his brain told him to go and grab it. Or grab the side of it, or so, his brain, like that fire happening right in front of him, like he had firepower, whereas every other human that didn't at that point, right? Like Moses was the first person to have fire, kind of, sort of, right? And then with that, he was able to draw out numbers. He literally wrote the book of Numbers. I don't know how language can't. I don't know, man. I wasn't there. You know what I mean? I think language was already a thing. I don't know, man. I think fire was a technology. I don't know. I'm not sure, man. Like I said, I wish I could go back to look at it and see exactly how it actually happened there with all that. Because even following a biblical structure on everything, it's almost like, okay, well then Adam must have started language, sort of. You know what I mean? Adam going around and naming all the animals must have been the start of language. You know what I mean? If you're gonna think on that structure, but like as much as I believe in God, I still feel like we evolved. But God is like the creator of all across the whole universe. And then since we did evolve, then yeah, we are still made from dirt. And then evolution is us just trying to explain the amount of time difference from him creating and us existing. You know, because you're combining two different realms there. So I think evolution is just us trying to explain the difference in time from him to here, from him to us. You know what I mean? But really, what if the evolutionary process is actually a part of God's finger? You know what I mean? Because it's there for somehow or another, it's there. I don't know, man. It's like they say the Bible was all just a sailor's trick invented by the Spanish to try and hide the fountain of youth. Um, because like we are evolving. What's the first thing that you need to live? Water. Like we are evolving, and women just don't realize. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's basically what I've heard from a couple other older men, and I've kind of I don't know. Like I said, I built a strange philosophy out of it, strange view. Like I do believe in creation. I believe that the Earth was created, but us trying to explain how long in time, us trying to use carbon dating to explain time, and we don't know nothing about astrophysics necessarily, and so the concept of time gets completely broken apart again. You know what I mean? So, I don't know, man. Got you, man. It's kind of weird, like how those caveman learned the word. Right, and even think about us too, man. All right, I was thinking about this one day, like the generational chasm and everything that exists, right? So car. I don't know. I'm not saying the right way. I'm not. I don't have it. I don't have it pieced out the right way. I really don't have it pieced out the right way. But imagine looking in a imagine going into a cave, right? Going into an old ancient cave, right? Imagine this, right? Going into an old ancient cave and seeing a picture of a car drawn on the wall. Like imagine seeing a cave drawing where damn sure that's a fucking sedan. That's a sedan. That's a sedan. There's two wheels. That's a sedan. Tell me that doesn't exist. I bet it does. They've been hiding it. I bet we were drawing pictures of cars since way the fuck back then. I bet you. I bet you some part of our imagination we were drawing pictures, like if we were drawing a picture of a spaceship on the wall in the cave, I guarantee you we were drawing a car. As far back as we had the wheel. We were probably drawing pictures of cars, and they're on the they're on the wall in the cave somewhere. You know what I mean? Somewhere, some cave somewhere. I get you. I bet you somebody was that imaginative that they looked at the wheel and they saw a whole sedan back then, right? And imagine if you could go back in time and you come to where man spawning, right? Man is just spawned, right? Imagine before we have language. Imagine giving a caveman a pack of crayons, a sparkler, and a Bic lighter, just a regular lighter. Just give him a Bic lighter, one sparkler, and a pack of crayons, right? And here's some crayons, so you don't have to use your finger to draw with your blood on the wall. You could just use these crayons to draw on the wall with. You know what I mean? And then they have a pack of like 24 different colored crayons, plus a sparkler and a lighter. You just give it to you just give it to a caveman and then just disappear, right? They'd probably eventually figure out how to flick the lighter. It'd take them a while, might take them days, that they'd eventually figure out how to flick the lighter, turn the lighter on, and when they did that, they'd probably freak out and run away from it. You know what I mean? It probably wouldn't be touched for a whole generation. You know what I mean? Then maybe later on they might go somebody else play with the lighter again and figure out how to flick it. Eventually, to get to the point, maybe they would actually light the sparkler on fire, and then they'd see the sparkler light up, and they'd be like, they'd be freaking out watching the sparkler just do its thing. But imagine how much you could speed up humanity by going back in time, giving them a pack of crayons, a sparkler, and a lighter. You know what I mean? It'd be nuts. You could come back. You'd be coming back, and like the world would have advanced 10,000 years faster. You know what I mean? I think, man, wouldn't it be crazy, man, if there was like a Bic lighter in like King Tut's tomb? Wouldn't it be crazy? Like they've had Bic lighters for that long. There's like some ancient version of a Bic lighter in King Tut's tomb. We're like, wait, how the fuck? it's, it's like written on the wall that white lighters are bad luck. It's like written in hieroglyphics on the wall. White lighters, remember, white lighters are bad luck. Some dumb shit. Because honestly, like if you went back in time and gave them a lighter, hopefully they wouldn't let it run out of fuel for a while. They would be able to use it for a while. They would use it for just a couple of seconds, and then try not to waste the fuel that's in it. I don't know. It'd just be crazy to even watch if you can go back and if you could do all that. If you could had a time machine or however you could like in the other side of the plane of existence. If there is an afterlife, if you can do all that in the afterlife, which you should be able to. It's the afterlife. You ought to be able to do whatever you want. Like, so if you wanted to recreate, if you want to recreate it for yourself and watch for yourself, you can. You know what I mean? I don't know. You could do whatever you want. You could change the timeline. You could do whatever you want. I don't know. Who knows, man? I haven't been there and come back to let y'all know. I don't know. I feel like either way, heaven's not just granted, it's built here on earth first. You know what I mean? Heaven's not just granted, it's built here on earth first. And the better you can do at building a heaven for yourself on earth before you're gone, the more of a chance you have probably at being even let in on the other side of things. Because you have to accept, you have to accept whoever your Lord and Savior is in the first place. But anyway, I'll stop talking about that. It's a little bit too deep. One like away, one like. That's terrible. It's always like that, man. Just a few likes away from 100 likes. Thank you guys, appreciate it. Those of y'all that liked so far, just need a few more likes, I'll be at 100 likes. But yeah, like I said, the difference between me, you might see a couple other Uber Eats and DoorDash people. They're like live streaming themselves doing the DoorDash or whatever. The difference between me and them, they're not living in their car at the same time. You know what I mean? So it's a different level of struggle for me. And I'm not trying to say, oh, I'm a better person or they're a better person or you know what I mean. I'm not trying to say it like that, but it's a different, you know what I mean. It's a completely different show on a different scale, different lens with things. But yeah, I don't know, man. YouTube's like, I don't know. I mean, it's driving me nuts seeing because there's only so many people that are gonna want to watch a dashboard live stream anyway. And then there's crazy how the numbers these people have on their streams. And it's people that would probably like me more, but they're already watching them. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know, it sucks. Yeah. Alright. That's not deep. We're discussing theory. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know, man. Because I mean, if there were aliens, I'm sure they fucked with us at different points through our existence. Anyway, I'm sure that they did. There's no way you wouldn't. If you discovered man, you'd be fucking with it. You know what I mean? You'd be like, what we can make them do. And I don't know. We got them. I don't know. We're a lot of people think we're gold mining. We're mining gold which would make sense. But at the same time, it's like they don't want to use it. They don't even need it. They don't even need it. They just gave it. They gave it to us as a chore. Basically, gave it. I don't know, something to do since we're here. Mine gold until you can figure out a way around it. I don't know, man. But like I said, I don't think we just started building pyramids for no reason. I think something happened that sparked our creativity that caused all that to happen. So I mean, whether it was divine intervention or, honestly, I think it was divine intervention. Because I don't think we just went from smacking rocks together to building pyramids. And that took time, you know what I mean? We were hunters and gatherers for a long time. If that's the case, you know what I mean? We probably trekked the globe a couple different times trying to find food. But I don't think Pangea is real. I don't think Pangea was ever real because there's land under the water too. Like where the water is, that ocean, the big ass ocean between us and Europe. There's just a low spot. There's land under that water. It's just a low spot that's where the water collected. But there's still like a crust, like a crust and then like a mantle, so it's not like there's just, it's just a low spot. So it's the whole, I don't know. But for Pangea to happen, you're saying that all that, that land is just a void. It's just a void. It's just floating content. Like it's a ball of water and then the islands are floating. No, it's a ball of dirt with water on the low spots. But Pangea is impossible, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Yeah. I bet it's not gonna happen. Government made me schizophrenic. That's what. Yeah, we're woken up. We're woke up. We're woke up, but we're still deaf to hysteria. And that's the thing. Like nobody's fucking. We're not even woke. We're not even woke enough to know that it's awake. You still ain't even actually woke, because you're still not awake. I don't know. It's stupid, man. Once blind, but now I'm woken up deaf to hysteria. I just reach for the brakes and shout out death to America. Yeah, man. It's sad, man. Nah, bruh, I don't have to, but I want to, cause I'm some Phantom of the Opera. I'm the angel of music, too sick. This bag of marijuana got me dazed and confused, spitting incoherent nonsense, marble mouth and slack jawed. I was always thought it's Dad's fault. Moms could chew you out without the bath salts. Bad call, chalk it up to another loss, another body on the asphalt. Wait, I yearn to see the light like it was truth and red to fight. Wait, man, damn it, what do you say? I forget what he said. Ought to learn to read and write, though I try to seek the light. I don't know. See, I need me a preacher. I need me a doctor or a preacher because I'm not up to speed. I'm just on it. I'm trying to be all I can be. I don't know. I wish I could remember it. I could say it so much better. I need a doctor or a priest, somebody to repeat the mantra, please. I gotta believe in a God because I can't believe. Wait, yeah, he's like I gotta believe in a God because all I believe in is me, so all I can do is just shut up and be quick or something. I don't know. I wish I could repeat it better. I gotta believe in a God because otherwise all I believe in is me. That song, if you want to check it out, that song I was just trying to sing. It's called Dip, DIP, Dip by the Palmer Squares. I can't play it because it's copyright. Otherwise I would have popped it on. But yeah, Dip by the Palmer Squares. Man, it's a pretty good song. Dude, it got me through a couple months. It's yeah, it's pretty. It's the guy puts a lot of heart and emotion into it. It's two brothers, like an older brother and the younger brother. And the younger brother, he can flow so much better. The older brother, man, he's getting carried by the younger. Well, kind of. He's gotten better over time, but the younger brother, man, he knows how to flow. Man, he was made to rap. And the other guy, he's got some. He knows how to play music. You know what I mean? He knows music. He's been in the business for a while. He knows what he's doing now because little bro, taught him some stuff. But yeah, like when his one song, he's like, "I've been the Dapper Don since I put my Pampers on." He's like, "Yeah, I've been the Dapper Don since I put my Pampers on." I foam at the mouth like a rabid dog. I bury bodies in my lawn at the crack of dawn. The rock up my nostril caked. So I traveled into outer space to drop at a colossal rate. Pusher man distributing scab cut with fentanyl, anthrax and demerol. I don't know. He's better. He's way better. If the song was playing, I could flow with it way better than I am. You know what I mean? Pusher man distributing scab cut with fentanyl, anthrax and demerol. I don't know. I got an urgency to fight. I ought to learn to read and write. I'm just to see the light. I need me to priest, mom to priest. I don't know, man. He's got such a good flow, man. If yeah, well, I wish I could play it. I could probably play it, and I could probably play like 5 seconds of it at a time. And if I stop, I play 5 seconds and then stop it, and then say something, say a good little part of something, and then I can play another 5 seconds of it and then stop it. Maybe I could probably get away with doing that because it could be more like educate. It's an educational thing because I'm gonna add my little. It's my react. I don't know. I heard something about you could do that. You keep putting your educational tidbit onto it. That's cool. Where do you want to go from here? I don't know. Let's be quick, though. Is that even the right guy? Who the hell even is that? What YouTube account is this? Okay, there we go. I was like, what the fuck? Oh, man. Oh, chat's going quiet. Yeah, everybody's falling asleep, man. Okay. Oh, the Bluetooth is still on. Why is the Bluetooth on? That's so dumb. Turn off. There you go.
Sam, are you cheating on me with another pet store? No. It's just state of mind. Hallucinators, moving shapes, rejuvenate the future into ancient time and space.
Okay. But yeah, like he's like, and to end your time and space, what's left is yet to be polluted, right? Like, damn, hang on now. Like, he hits it, dude. He does, man. He like the little brother that's rapping right now. He flows. Like, I don't know, man. Granted, I don't know. Nobody can be Eminem. There's only one Eminem ever. You know what I mean? But I don't know, dude. He's better. He's better than MGK. Like MGK's trying way too hard. Like this dude, it's just like it's in his soul. It's his vibe. You know what I mean?
What's left is yet to be polluted, so embrace it. If human is a race, then I'm a race it.
Right? What's left is yet to be polluted. If human is a race, then I'm a race it. I once was blind, but now I'm deaf to hysteria. Reaching for the brakes and shout out death to America. Hang on.
I once was blind, but
Right? Once was blind, but I think I can get away with this because I'm pausing it so much. That's why I'm trying to pause it so much. I know this is probably going to be annoying, but I can wrap it up, make it more like it's an educational thing. I'm stopping to put my own intake onto this.
now I'm deaf to hysteria. Wounds is for the breaking. Shout out death to America.
Yeah, I don't know, but he's got this flow, man. No, nothing else hits it, man. Nothing else hits it like he does.
Chicago not no planetary chakra. Nah, bro,
I don't have to, but I want to. I'm some Phantom of the Opera. I'm the angel of music. Too sick. This bag of marijuana got me dazed and confused. Spitting incoherent nonsense. Marlboro mouth and slack jawed. But yeah, it's a good song, man. And then what's the other one they got? watched. What? Did they get rid of that video or something? Stop what you're doing, rock to the music, soapbox full of gossip and rumors. So I've been robbed of my future. Sticks and stones, better get with the bro. Can't stick it in, stick with the wrong, can't drink with the wrong. Get then think of this man the wrong. I don't know. Bend to the edge, get feed to the edge. So fuck what you heard in the apple. Turn nothing but the worm in the apple. Pissing thin the herd. Henry Kissinger. TK like Henry pissing. I don't know. Run the race while I juggle chainsaws. All right, here we go. Gone bad, he says. He's drinking a beer. An old Heineken. He's drinking a Heineken. I guess it's been open for a while. Or so, it's a Heineken that's been open for a while. So it's all flat. And he said, first thing he says, it's gone bad.
I've been the dapper don since I put my pampers on. Vagabond slashing ether on a fabric cloth. Zoned.
Yeah, okay. I've been the dapper don since I put my pampers on. Vagabond splashing ether on a fabric cloth. Zoned out. Foaming at the mouth like a rabid dog. I bury bodies in my rawn at the crack of dawn. I rock in my nostril cake. I travel into outer space. I don't know. It's good, man. He's pounding it.
Out, foam at the mouth like a rabid dog.
And then, something about the rabid dog thing, man. It gets it, man. It's probably gonna get copyrighted either way. But I'm not trying to like literally get the copyright. But anyway, kind of pause it just a little bit.
I bury bodies in my lawn at the crack of dawn. The rock at my nostril cake.
Yeah, but he's got that flow, dude. You can check him out if you want. I'll stop pushing him because I don't want to get in trouble for. I don't have his permission to play his music. You know what I mean? But yeah, he's the brother. The brother tries, but the little brother, man, he's got the flow. He really does, man. He's got the flow. No, man. Anyway, it's time for me to go. You have a good one, man. Been a good Wednesday night. Hump Day Hangout. It's officially over. And it's been Thursday for you for a minute, so you feel like you're living in the past, hanging. Anyway, man. Have a good one, man. I'll see you probably Saturday at the latest. You know what I mean? At the latest on Saturday, man. Have a good night, man. 5 hours. Almost made it 5 hours.